So I'll invite everybody to take their seats before we start. Okay, so good morning, everybody. My name is Padraig Dalton. I'm the Director General of the CSO in Ireland. My name can be hard for people to pronounce. Padraig is the Gaelic word for Patrick. So if you prefer to call me Patrick, I can live with that. I've been called worse. It's a real honor for me to be chairing the Conference of European Statisticians. It's the first time here in the plenary. So it's great to be here with everybody. So welcome to the 7th plenary session of the Conference of European Statisticians. And I particularly like to welcome all the new heads of national statistical offices. I know there have been a lot of change since we last met together physically. So I look forward to meeting everybody over the next couple of days. And we have a couple of opportunities, I think, in a couple of receptions where we can perhaps meet each other and get to know each other. So you're all very, very welcome to this session. So a mix of new and old colleagues together. As in previous years, this is a hybrid session. So it's great to see so many people here physically, face to face, and to renew acquaintances and to see old friends and meet new friends as well. But we also have a considerable number of people joining virtually. So they are all also very welcome to the session here today. So we have a very full agenda. 2 hours this morning, 2 hours in the afternoon. So that's the way the sessions are scheduled. And today we're going to start with the marking of the anniversary of the adoption of the 30th anniversary of the adoption of the fundamental principles of official statistics. And after that, the conference will consider the outcome of a number of the task forces that have been busily working away on an ongoing basis. Tomorrow we have the joint session with the UN GGIM. And together we'll discuss the strategic directions of the statistical world and the geospatial world, and how we need to move together and how we are moving together, moving online, how we working modalities, and of course the post-pandemic world and the developments in data stewardship, which are becoming increasingly important as the need for evidence grows and the need for evidence becomes more complex with complex policy decisions. And on Wednesday, we're going to discuss collaboration with private data providers. And of course, this is a major topic of conversation at the global statistical community. And of course, it's something that's very important for all of us to try and meet the demands of our decision makers, but also citizens who have the right to live in an informed world. And then the conference will adjourn at 12:30 on Wednesday, and then we will move on to the next part of the week. It's a long week for everybody, but I know it's a very good week. Just by way of how things will work, so after each item, the decisions for adoption will be displayed on the screens at the end of each agenda item, so everybody will see what the proposed decision is. And after the plenary session, the adopted decisions will go through what you're all familiar with is the silence procedure. And Tina will just explain that in a little bit now in a minute. And the summary of the discussion will be circulated to all participants for comments after the plenary after the plenary session, I should say. Okay, so with that, you've all got an updated program with a timetable, and it's available online, and it should be also on your desks. So the first thing to do is to agree and to adopt the agenda and agreed timetable. Are there any comments? Okay, we'll take it as agreed. Thank you very much. Okay, so that's the first part of business done. So I'm going to give the floor now to Lydia, who just wants to say a few words. Lydia, you have the floor.
Thank you. You never know whether it's few words or more. But I thought I should introduce myself because once I introduce now, then all the work will be done by the various chairs, the chair and the secretary, Tina. But as there are so many new people, new chief statisticians, I wanted to introduce myself. My name is Lydia Bratanova. I'm the director of the UNECE Statistical Division. And this is the division that provides the secretariat to the work of the conference, to its bureau, but also to the various task forces and working groups that you are familiar of. I'm particularly happy, and we in the Secretariat are very excited that so many of you registered to come in person. And we were discussing just before opening that perhaps this is the first so international across continents meeting of statisticians that are, it's intergovernmental, of course, that meet in person, and it's in Geneva. We have to apologize, and you're aware that our favorite Palais des Nations is under renovation. It was badly needed, and therefore we are in a temporary building here. But I thought that perhaps it will be interesting to know for you that the Palais des Nations is the home of UNECE when it was created in 1947. So we hope to go back there once it's renovated. But as the building was done in 1937, 1938, it's too heavy. You have seen this, how heavy building it is. It started going down, so they have to lift it a little bit. So it's our home. We hope to go back there, especially because it's here, the Palais is also the home of the work of the Conference of European Statisticians, because the roots of this work of European statisticians is in the League of Nations back in 1928. And a warning, when you walk around the park, please, you'll see some birds walking, peacocks. You can take photos, but don't chase them. They are very precious. You know that the whole real estate here was owned by a rich man. And in his testament, he gave the estate to the commune here, the communities. And actually the UN is renting the park and the premises here. And in his testament, the owner of the land said that he would like forever that peacocks are walking around. And we in the Secretariat, with the support of Japan, because Japanese are providing peacocks, we are very, very careful about these peacocks. So I hope you will enjoy the meeting and use the time to get to know each other, kiss or not kiss, or greet each other after 2 years. It's up to you. In principle, it's recommended to wear a mask, but as you can see, not many people are wearing masks. I'm not wearing mask. So anyway, we are very, very happy that you're with us. And I hope that there will be various opportunities throughout the 3 days meetings to talk to each other and get to know each other. Thank you.
Okay, Lydia, thank you very much. And as we all know, you're a woman of few words. So thank you very much for that. So I invite Tina Luigi, who's secretary to the conference, to just guide us on a few practical issues. Tina, you have the floor.
Thank you, Predrag. So welcome to everyone also on behalf of the team who is servicing this meeting. And I would like to, so my name is Tina Luigi, I'm the secretary of the conference. And just to introduce a few of these people, because then they can help you with whatever questions or problems you have. And next to me is Kosha, then Stella, who will be sharing the presentations and running this technical part. Then at the back of the room, I see Caroline, and somewhere is also Franz, next to Caroline. And there are also some other staff from the division here. I think you usually can recognize by these blue UN badges. So with any questions, anything, please turn to them for help. So also, first of all, as we are meeting here in such an internationally tense situation, I would like to mention upfront the following. We are all aware of the tragic events currently going on in Ukraine. And in that regard, I would like to refer to the UN General Assembly resolutions and the many statements that the UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres has made condemning Russia's invasion of Ukraine, which is against the territorial integrity of Ukraine and also against the Charter of the United Nations. And we will post in the chat the links to these General Assembly resolutions and statements. But I would also like to mention the important role of the United Nations Security Council and other UN bodies dealing with the resolving conflicts between member countries. Having said that, and acknowledging the suffering and dying of many humans caused by this war, I would like to remind you of the technical nature of today's meeting. The United Nations, and in particular UNECE, have always been a place where countries can get together to discuss, even in situations of political conflict or war. Today's meeting is not a place to express political views or statements. We believe that this is in the interest of all participants, and we kindly invite you to respect this. And we reserve the right to disconnect or block participants who do not respect this rule. We know that there will be a few statements in the beginning of the meeting, so hopefully we can keep these to the beginning and then afterwards really discuss the substance. Before starting with the substantive program of the plenary session, I would like to inform also about a number of technical and organizational issues. On your table, you have the program, the timetable of the meeting, and also invitation to the reception. There will be 2 receptions, one today after the end of the session and one on Wednesday, and also a map of the UN premises. As Lydia said, the Palais des Nations is in renovation, so most of the Palais is closed. And therefore, the way to move between here, the meeting room, also the cafeteria where you can have lunch, and then the place for the reception in the evening is from outside. Luckily, the weather is nice, and it's very nice walk through the gardens. So the meeting is held in hybrid format. The online connection is through Zoom. People who are in the room, when you have a computer, you can also actually connect to this Zoom meeting because there will be chat, and then through chat, it's also possible to post questions and comments. We have quite tense timetable, and maybe sometimes it's not time to give floor in the room to people, but we will also follow what is happening in the chat and inform everyone. But in this case, if you connect from the room, then please be sure to disconnect the audio. Those people who are connected online when not speaking, then please keep your camera disabled and microphone muted. On Zoom, please name yourself, putting first the country name or international organization name, and then your first name and family name. There is simultaneous interpretation in English, French, Russian. To hear what is happening in the room and hear the interpretation, you need to use those headsets. And next to your microphone, you have the switches on the left-hand side to change the volume, and also to switch between the flow and the English or Russian or French interpretation. If you would like to take the floor, if you are in the room, then please put your country nameplate in this position, then we can see from here who is asking for the floor. And if you are online, then please raise your hand on the Zoom platform. If you take the floor in another language than English, then it is good to say this from the beginning so that interpreters can quickly reorient. Free Wi-Fi is available throughout the Palais. Then the documents are also available on CES website. There are a few last documents which actually will be uploaded today. As Predrag already explained, the decisions will be taken at the end of each item. The text will be on the screen so that we will read it out so that it will be also interpreted. But as is the procedure with the hybrid meetings, those decisions will be made available also on a special website after the meeting, and you will have 2 weeks to react if something is not reflected correctly. This is the so-called silent procedure. We have publications and also some stickers and materials, promotional materials available in the back of the room. If you would like to get the publications, so you can pick up copies from there, but if you don't want to carry those, you can give us the leaflet of publications which you have on your table. Fill it in, just tick the boxes which publications you would like to receive, write your address, give it to the secretariat, and we will mail you the publications after the meeting. The list of participants, one copy, we will circulate in the room during the meeting so that you can check your information and make any corrections necessary. And then please also sign next to your name so that we can see that you have checked it. And we will correct the list and then send the final list to you all after the meeting. Masks are required in the room. I will try to show example, but it's not easy. And actually, when you are speaking, then you can take off the mask. But in principle, other times you are required to use it. Then there are several vending machines here outside where you can get some drinks or coffee. And the Serpent Bar and the cafeteria for lunch are also open, and you can go there according to this way that is shown on your map. So if any problems, questions, please turn to the Secretariat too, and we will try to help you in any way we can. And it's important maybe to mention also that people who have the green, yellow, or blue badges, they can come in through this peace gate, the new gate, which is just next to these Tempest rooms. People with the red badges have to come through the Preny gate, but everybody can go out from the old gate from here. This is important also for the lunch, that if someone wants to go out, because there are some restaurants also quite close here on the Place des Nations. So with this, I thank you for your attention, and I wish to everyone a very fruitful and inspiring meeting. Thank you.
Okay, many thanks for that, Tina, and hopefully all of the technical pieces will work well. Yeah. Okay, so I can see we want to give the floor to our colleagues from Ukraine. Ukraine, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for giving me the floor. Mr. Chair, I have the honor to deliver this statement on behalf of the State Statistics Service of Ukraine. It is the 117th day of the full-scale war launched by the aggressor state, the Russian Federation, supported by Belarus, continued killing civilians, children among them, torturing and raping, shelling residential houses, kindergartens, schools, hospitals, and destroying the country's infrastructure. Devastation of people's lives in their livelihoods are massive and will endure for many years to come. The Statistical Service of Ukraine and its personnel continue to operate under extremely difficult circumstances, under air raids, alerts, and from shelters, often risking their lives and health. We take this opportunity to express sincere gratitude for the humanitarian and technical assistance provided by our colleagues, in particular from the statistical offices of Lithuania, Poland, Norway, and the United Kingdom, to mention a few. The unprovoked and unjustified aggression was condemned by the UN General Assembly in its resolution A/Res/ES-11/1, aggression against Ukraine, adopted on March 2nd, earlier this year. The UN called on Russia to immediately stop its aggression against Ukraine and withdraw all military forces from the territory of our country. In its decision, ECE/EX/2022/L.6, Executive Committee of the European Commission for Europe provided guidance to all committees and subsidiary bodies to take into account to their work the ongoing Russian aggression and gross violation of international law. The adopted decisions in the United Nations constitute an important framework of consolidated international response aimed at putting an end to Russia's aggression against Ukraine, ensuring accountability for Russia's crimes against the Ukrainian people, building an international coalition to support our country. As of today, international and European organizations have already deprived Russia of the right to participate in their work. Particularly in the sphere of statistics, the representatives of Russia and Belarus were not allowed to participate in the 18th International Association of Official Statistics Conference 2022, which was held on April 26-28 in Krakow, Poland. Mr. Chair, The country that violates international norms, perpetrates atrocities against civilians, destroys livelihoods, does not deserve the seat at the UN House. As long as Russia continues its illegal invasion of our state, the negative impact will persist not only to the detriment of Ukraine, but to the rest of the world. I thank you for your attention.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, thank you very much for that. I recognize the European Union.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I've got the honor to speak on behalf of the EU and its 27 member states. And at the outset, let me express the EU and its member states' full solidarity with Ukraine and the Ukrainian people. The EU condemns in the strongest possible terms Russia's unprovoked and unjustified act of aggression against Ukraine, which grossly violates international law and the UN Charter and undermines international security and stability. The EU also condemns the involvement of Belarus in this aggression. The EU demands that Russia immediately ceases its military actions, withdraw its troops from the entire territory of Ukraine, and fully respects Ukraine's territorial integrity, sovereignty, and independence within its internationally recognized borders, and abide by UN General Assembly resolution titled Aggression Against Ukraine, supported by 141 states at the 11th Emergency Special Session. The EU resolutely supports Ukraine's inherent right of self-defense and the Ukrainian armed forces' efforts to defend Ukraine's territorial integrity and population in accordance with Article 51 of the UN Charter. At all times, Russia must respect its obligation under international law, including international humanitarian and human rights law, including with respect to the protection of civilians, women, and children. Russia also needs to stop its disinformation campaign and cyber attacks. Today, we meet to celebrate the 70th session of the Conference of European Statisticians and the 30th anniversary of the fundamental principles of official statistics. However, this fruitful collaboration has been affected by the Russian Federation's aggression, which also prevented the Ukrainian experts to attend in person. The work of this platform benefits many aspects of our lives, and it helps us monitor our progress towards the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals with a newest focus on the monitoring of circular economy, among other things. We regret the far-reaching consequences of the Russian aggression, not only on Ukraine, but also the resulting regression in sustainable development globally. I thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm looking for. Okay, I see the Russian Federation flag is raised.
Благодарю вас, уважаемый господин председатель. Признательность секретариату за призыв не политизировать площадку конференции европейских статистиков. Сожалеем, что эти призывы не были услышаны рядом делегаций. Решительно отводим сделанные обвинения в наш адрес как лживые, не относящиеся к существу рассматриваемых сегодня на КЕС вопросов. В очередной раз напоминаем, что на основании статьи 51 Устава ООН Россия реализует право на самооборону и проводит на Украине специальную военную операцию. Об этом Российской Федерации в установленном порядке уведомил Совет Безопасности ООН. Операция призвана положить конец развязанной Киевом против жителей Донецкой и Луганской народных республик войне, которая продолжалась 8 лет и унесла жизни 13 тысяч мирных жителей. Российская армия не наносит ударов по гражданским объектам, коммуникационной инфраструктуре и иным мирным объектам. Обвинения подобного рода содержат явно грубое искажение информации. Усилиями российских военных налажены гуманитарные коридоры, осуществляется поставка продовольствия, лекарств и медицинских средств. При этом отмечаем, что националистические силы на Украине прикрываются гражданским населением в качестве живого щита и делают все возможное для увеличения количества жертв среди мирного населения. Российская Федерация последовательно поддерживает ЕК ООН в качестве деполитизированной площадки для экспертного решения практических задач. Сожалеем, что ряд делегаций отошли от темы юбилейной сессии и политизировали дискуссию. Надеемся, мы продолжим более конструктивно работать на этой площадке. Благодарю вас.
Okay, I think we now just, I think it's important for us to proceed with the work of the Conference of European Statisticians. We have an important technical agenda to work through today. I'm just conscious of chairing this and trying to keep things on time. So with this, I'm now going to move on to the I suppose the last part of the introduction. And I'm delighted to see my colleague Dominic Roskrut has finally made it into the building. I believe he got stuck at the gate, not stuck in the gate, at the gate, I said. And I think Dominic is going to inform us about a reception that's going to be held this afternoon. Dominic, you have the floor.
Very much. Oh, yes. Thank you very much, Patrick. Indeed, it's my pleasure to cordially invite you to a reception marking the 30th anniversary of the adoption of the fundamental principles of official statistics. It's going to happen today at 5 p.m. The venue is going to be a Serpent Bar. It's Area 17, Building E, Palace the Nations here in in the quarters, and you're cordially invited. I think that's a special occasion for all of us to celebrate something that is a cornerstone of what we do and what we believe, and I think there's no better occasion for that than this anniversary. So please feel kind of like invited and come to this meeting. Thank you very much, Patrick.
Thank you, Dominic. I think well said. It's certainly something worth celebrating. So very much appreciate the reception being hosted this afternoon. Okay, now I invite Benjamin, who I think was one of the first people in the room this morning, who is going to inform us, who's from the Swiss Federal Statistical Office, and he's going to inform us about a reception that will be held on Wednesday. Benjamin, you have the floor.
Yes. Hello to Switzerland, to everybody. It's great to have you here. I think the last time we met, it was 3 years ago in Paris, and it was very hot. So it's hot again, but I have a good information. It will be colder in the next days, so it will be below 30 degrees. And you can be happy because it was 5 years ago, we had 40 degrees almost in Geneva. So, but I can recommend tomorrow, there's no official reception, to have a swim in the lake. It's fantastic. So we will have our Swiss reception to bridge the gap between the Conference of European Statisticians and the OECD Committee on Statistics and Statistical Policy. And I invite you on behalf of Switzerland, OECD, and United Nations Economic Commission for Europe to the Bar Serpent. I think it will be the same place where we'll have the reception this evening. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much, Benjamin. And I hope you're going to provide the swimsuits for everybody as well, because I didn't pack one. So, okay, so look, thank you very much. All right, so with that, we're moving on to the agenda proper, and we're moving to item 2. And item 2 is the 30th anniversary of the fundamental principles of official statistics. And I refer you to documents 17 and document 29. They're the 2 documents. So maybe before we move on, I just want to give a quick introduction to this. And I think it's actually appropriate that we're here. Thankfully, we're here physically primarily to celebrate the 30 years since the fundamental principles of official statistics were adopted in the UNECE region by the Economic Commission for Europe. And as we know, it didn't just stay within the Economic Commission for Europe, it moved beyond that. And they were adopted by the UN Statistical Commission, and then formally were adopted as a General Assembly resolution in 2014. And I think those additional steps, and I think Stefan is in the room, I think they were really important because I think it was real evidence. It was a remarkable recognition of the importance of the fundamental principles that I suppose in a way help us. They provide the foundation for evidence-based decision making, for objective, independent data to help decision makers, and also to help the citizens, because the citizens have the right to access information the same as decision makers, and I think that's been really, really important. So why did we develop the fundamental principles? And I think when you think back to 30 years ago, it was a time of significant transformation. There was a lot of change happening around in different parts of the world. Some countries were moving from centrally managed economies to market economies. So there was a lot of change going on right around the world. And I suppose the environment we are trying to measure is continually evolving. And therefore we need to evolve as the environment we're measuring, as the society we're measuring, as the economies we're measuring. as they evolve, we also have to evolve. And I think the fundamental principles were key to that, because trust is absolutely essential. The provision of evidence is absolutely essential, but evidence isn't good enough unless it's impartial, it's independent, and it's trusted, because that maximizes the potential that it will be used. And I think that what was felt by the community at the time was we needed a framework to help us make that transition into that environment. And I think that came through this one framework, which was the fundamental principles. And we had one framework with, if you like, 10 commandments that we use almost as our guide when it gets a bit misty and foggy and we're not sure of the direction. It's there as a shining light for us. It brings us back to fundamental principles. And I think when things get complicated and things get difficult, I always think that stepping back to fundamental principles, the first principles, are perhaps what serves us well. And of course, now 30 years on, it's useful to reflect on where we are and what has changed. And my God, there's been a lot of change, even in the last 2 or 3 years. You know, things like gender identity, sexual orientation, how society is changing, how economies are changing with globalization and digitalization. It's a far more complex world we live in now. The policy challenges that our policymakers are faced with are far more complicated than they were in the past. And by extension, the evidence that's required to support those complex policy issues are also more complex to provide, and really requires us to link and integrate data across multiple sources. So it's been a huge change. And of course, we've also seen technological transformations. We've seen the data revolution, society, social change, economic change, as I've said, social media. My God, social media has become really, really important as a means for communication, and how we engage with that is really important, particularly if we want to reach all cohorts of society. And I think that's really important. And of course, we've had the post-truth era, and it still exists. Fake news and alternative facts are still there. And I think we are here as the counterfactual to that. And that's a really important role that we all need to work together to try and address. So we're kind of here today symbolically celebrating the anniversary, but actually we've been celebrating it for quite some time, but actually it started in January of this year. So we've been working on this now for 4.5 months. And it started on the 31st of January, focusing on Principle 1, which was led by our colleagues from Canada. And then we kind of had every 2 week intervals, we started celebrating the different principles. So New Zealand led the celebration on Principle 2, Finland and Latvia on Principle 3, UK Stats Authority on Principle 4, Colombia on Principle 5, Spain on Principle 6, the United Kingdom, the ONS and Armenia on Principle 7, Argentina, Principle 8, Italy and the Republic of Moldova, Principle 9, and Ireland, Poland, and Romania for Principle 10. And of course, beyond those celebrations, other countries did an awful lot to celebrate, and lots of countries have done different things. For example, what they've done in Mexico and Estonia. And I think just reflecting on the broad number of countries who've been actively involved in this, I think we've had over 160 people from across multiple organizations involved in this celebration. And I just think it reflects the importance that we understand it holds, but also it's a kind of a lived reality for all of us, that we know that the fundamental principles are absolutely critical. We've spread the message through multiple channels, and again, that social media has been an important piece in this celebration, and will continue to be an important piece for us in communicating lots of different messages, not just the fundamental principles. And I think that'll be an important role for us all to reflect on into the future. We've also had a lot of support around translation, because that's really important that we get the message right across the globe. And I particularly want to thank our colleagues from Canada, Mexico, and CES stat who've done an awful lot of work to try and ensure that the message gets out far and wide. We've obviously developed the logos and a kind of a branding for the 30th anniversary. And I think and we're going to see some of that now in a little bit. Looking forward to seeing that. And I think that's been very important. So I think just let us kind of just take this time today just to reflect on and celebrate the 30 years, reflect on the 30 years, reflect on the past, but also I think more importantly, let's think about the future and what we need to do, because the only constant these days is change, and we have to change and evolve with that. So what we're going to do now, we're going to have a couple of different pieces. So we're going to start off, first of all, with a couple of videos. The first video is from Her Excellency Lottie Knudsen, the head of the delegation of the European Union to the United Nations and other international organizations in Geneva. And then we have a second video, a second statement will be from Professor David Card, who is the Professor of Economics at the University of California, and he's co-recipient of the Nobel Memorial Prize in Economics from 2021. So we'll hand over and we'll let the videos play.
We need this. Yes.
So we need our earpieces, I'm informed.
Ladies and gentlemen, high-quality official statistics and data are key to an informed development of our economy and a pillar of our democratic societies in terms of transparency. European statistics play a major role in guiding government policy, in supporting decisions made by the private sector, and in enabling citizens to judge progress and to compare themselves with their neighbours. Today, the global statistical community comes together to mark the 30th anniversary of the fundamental principles of official statistics as adopted in UNIS. Today, we celebrate official statistics as a source of independent, objective and trustworthy information and a means to empower organisations, businesses and citizens in their decision making. It is important to have an accurate picture based on facts of any given situation. This allows the EU, for instance, to identify the most pressing sustainability challenges and critically examine our performance if we are to ensure a sustainable Europe in a sustainable world. At EU level, efforts have been made over more than 60 years by the statistical authorities of our member states, working together with the Statistical Office of the European Union, Eurostat, to produce reliable and comparable data. The last 2 years have been a stress test for the statistical systems, given the severe difficulties with data collection caused by the COVID-19 pandemic. At the same time, the unprecedented health and economic crisis has shown more clearly than ever the importance of timely, relevant and reliable official statistics that are comparable across countries. I would like to congratulate all statistical officers on adopting the fundamental principles and continuing to serve our citizens and to guide policymakers in making good decisions based on timely and high-quality statistics and insights. I would also like to commend their commitment to innovating and modernising the ways in which to collect, produce and communicate official statistics. Thank you.
Hello, I'm David Card from University of California, Berkeley. I'm very pleased to send this message commemorating the 30th anniversary of the development and adoption of the fundamental principles of official statistics. Credible and accurate statistics are the cornerstones of a modern economy. As a labor economist, I have been using and interpreting official statistics for many decades. Many of my most important scientific contributions over the years have been based on these statistics. Today, economists all over the world rely on official statistics to help give timely and useful policy advice and to conduct research that can deepen our understanding of the labor market and the economy more generally. Congratulations, and may the next 30 years be as successful as the past 30.
Okay, so it's nice to hear from somebody outside the official statistical community talk about the work that we do, and I think it's really, really important. Okay, so now I think we actually have another video, and I turn yet again to my colleague from Poland, Dominic, just to introduce the video that was produced by Statistics Poland to mark the anniversary. Dominic, you want to say a few words?
Waiting for the microphone. Okay, so I'd like to, of course, thank to those that helped to develop the video. It was the U.S. Bureau of the Labor Statistics, Statistics Lithuania, Swiss Federal Statistical Office, WHO, and spiritual father of fundamental principle of official statistics. We're very proud that Professor Olański also is on this video. We hope that you'll enjoy it. This is a collective product of the UNSCE member states and NSIs. And we are inviting all of you to post it to your, whatever platforms you're using for the dissemination. we are one of many institutions celebrating the anniversary, and we are proud of cooperation with the Central Statistics Office of Ireland as well to promote the last 10th principles on international cooperation. The celebration culminates today, and so we should not spoil this occasion to really emotionally go through this celebration. So I invite you to see the video. Thank you.
Thanks, Dominic. I think over to you, Stella.
Since 1992, the governments and the international organizations of the United Nations European regions agreed to obey all 10 principles in their laws and in practices of their national, supranational, and international statistical systems.
Throughout these 30 years, often I have mentioned in various discussions, refer to the fundamental principles as my principles. It's because the fundamental principles were conceived and elaborated to provide guidance to the emerging new democracies back in the 90s. I'm Bulgarian, and as a young statistician, coming from one of those emerging democracies, accompanied my president for a meeting in Warsaw, where the first discussions took place. I could never imagine the impact of the fundamental principles. They will become a standard for UNEC region, that they will become a global standard adopted by the Statistical Commission, and then later on by ECOSOC 2013 and by General Assembly in 2014.
Since 1992, during 30 years of political, social, economic, informational, and technological changes of the environment of statistics, we live in a different situation. Also, the functions of official statistics and the position of statistical offices and agencies has been changed.
Information environment of official statistics is growing rapidly. We see new data ecosystems. We see an avalanche of new data sources.
Now, after 30 years, there is often asked the questions, do the fundamental principles need updating? Do they need some amendments? And which principles should be better adjusted to the changes of the world? I think that the 30th anniversary of fundamental principles of official statistics is a good opportunity not only to ask, but also to answer this question. In my opinion, the updating of the text of fundamental principles is not necessary. The changes could be even harmful for the stability of global system of official statistics. But from the perspective of my experience, I see that for proper full implementation of principles of governments, international organizations, and other statistical agencies, the need to supplement the principles by official glosses will make the interpretation and of principles more precise and more homogenized in a global scale.
I think that the overwhelming paradigm doesn't change, and the fundamental principles stand as they were at the beginning. They are very useful, and all the new situation that we think is new is really the old situation, just written with new words.
My division, the statistical division of UNEC, is the custodian, is the guardian
of the fundamental principles throughout all these 30 years. And we have never stopped actually working on that. And we have recent new examples. Generic statistical law. Again, about 6 years ago, the idea was born to help the Eastern countries. But within a year, it was interesting that it became a global standard. So everyone, all countries across the world is referring to the generic statistical law.
So as an agency, obviously, we're actively looking for other sources for information for our surveys. The great innovation that we've embraced over the last 2 years has been using video for data collection. It's allowed us to have that face-to-face interaction with the respondent, to read the non-visual cues, to see maybe where they're not understanding what we're asking, and to keep them engaged in the process perhaps longer than they would have been on the telephone. We're seeing more and more of our respondents are 100% telework, so a personal visit might not be feasible based on the fact that they're working from home. So this video conferencing allows us to meet with them where they're working, which is really crucial to the mission of our agency. Software for data collection has reduced costs, obviously, in terms of traveling, staff time to travel to these locations and things of that nature, and also respondent burden in that it's given them more flexibility in scheduling.
Kad duomenys naudojami statistikai rinkti, tai turbūt jau suprantame, kai tą klausimyną atsakome, o kaip jie apdorojami, laikomi, tai turbūt priklauso jau nuo organizacijos. Jei tai privati organizacija, tai labai didelis šansas, kad tavo informacija ir visi duomenys apie tave bus panaudoti reklamos tikslais. O jei ta organizacija yra, nežinau, valdžios institucija ar renka oficialiai tą informaciją, oficialiai valstybiniai statistikai, tai kažkaip nelabai kyla man abejonių, kad bus užtikrintas mano saugumas ir mano duomenų saugumas. Viskas dažniausiai būna surašyta privatumo politikoje, tai tom mažom raidelėm teksto gale ar tai dokumento gale. Ir jeigu ją perskaitysite, ten bus surašyta, kaip bus naudojami jūsų duomenys. Paskui visą tai tampa, kai jau paimti duomenys, elementarus įstatymų laikymasis. Ir privalai daryti taip, kaip pažadėjai.
Well, at the Bureau of Labor Statistics, which is part of the United States Department of Labor, we follow both internal and external safeguards to maintain the trust and support of both our invaluable data providers and the public at large, our data users. Our professional staff adhere to strict protocols communicated to them through rigorous training programs. Our staff learn to protect the identities of those who participate in our surveys through careful use of secure technologies. Well, statistics are only produced in large categorical groups, such as industries and geographic areas. Individual responses are aggregated for publication, and without enough information to protect the identity of data reporters, those statistics won't be published. Protecting your information is critically important to not only the Bureau of Labor Statistics, but all statistical agencies worldwide.
According to the Federal Statistics Act, the Federal Statistical Office assumes the role of coordinator of public statistics. And this role consists of promoting public statistics on a federal and regional level, as well as, for example, drawing up an annual statistics program, as well as a multi-year statistics program. The coordination within the country is absolutely important to ensure the coherence and efficiency of the statistical system. The Federal Statistical Office ensures also the international comparability of statistical results.
International cooperation has been absolutely essential in order to tackle COVID-19. If you think about sharing data, disease doesn't respect borders, it doesn't respect any geographical constraints, so it was essential that countries share data. Equally, it's essential that international organizations share methodology, share techniques, so that we can all learn quickly and rapidly. The same with vaccinations. We saw that countries had to share information very quickly on genomics, on vaccination development. All of this international cooperation has been the bedrock of success in allowing us to tackle COVID-19 so quickly.
Fundamental principles can serve well also outside of the official statistics world, especially for those who are trying to do the statistical research, consider the issues of confidentiality or privacy. Fundamental principles can really help them to do ethically the things that they want to do.
I think over the last 30 years, we have achieved a lot across the board, across all UN agencies. I think marking 30 years anniversary of the fundamental principles is a big thing. The fundamental principles, they speak not only to my generation or the generation of Professor Olensky when the principles were conceived, but it's wonderful that the principles speak also to the younger people. And I believe that they will take this work and defend it forward. I also think it's a great achievement that we managed to organize a global international campaign to mark the 30th anniversary. Just to finish, happy anniversary, fundamental principles.
Okay, so I better be very careful given that I'm sitting beside the guardian of fundamental principles. She has long legs and she can kick me if I say anything that's not right. So we're going to be moving to discussion very shortly. I know you've been listening to a lot of different videos and inputs, so we're going to move to discussion very shortly after we hear from Fiona, who is going to present, I think what I would say, a very impressive suite of activities, and not just activities of paraphernalia and websites, etc., that we've prepared. So Fiona, you have the floor.
Thank you. Paraphernalia. Yes, that's certainly the word. That's a good word. So I think Stella is going to share some slides with you. And while she's getting those ready, I'd just like to let everybody know that this morning we have published what we were initially calling a microsite. We've decided let's get rid of the word micro and just call it a website. This is the collective work of, as Padraig already said, of more than 160 people. And it has just been launched this morning. I'm going to give you a quick talk through what's in it, but I would really strongly encourage you to go and have a look at it, have an explore and see what is in there. So Stella, if you would move on to my next slide, please. So there at the top is the link that I would encourage you all to go and have a look at. It is mobile friendly. In fact, it's mobile first. I think it looks better on your mobile device. This belongs to all of us. So tweet it, put it on Facebook, put it on whatever social media you and your organizations use. Today, we've just launched an English version, but as we've heard, colleagues from Mexico, Canada, and CIS Stat have translated all the material in this website. So everything that is in there, including transcripts of all of the videos and blog articles and everything that your countries have been making, is all going to be available within the next few weeks in French, Spanish, and Russian as well. So what's in this site? Stella, if I can ask you just to quickly move away from the slide and show the web page, if you have that one open. We see me. So in the site, we have a little bit of a showcase of material from the countries, not everything, because there is an awful lot of paraphernalia, but we have a few of the highlights from countries. We also have a little write-up about each of the 10 fundamental principles. So if you could go to where it says fundamental principles in there. For each of the 10, what we've got is a really short, everyday language explanation of what the principles mean. So we heard the discussion in the video a second ago about, do the principles need updating? And the overriding conclusion we've heard from people is no, they don't. However, what we have felt is that the official wording of the principles, these 1 or 2 sentences like we see in quote marks here, are not always enough to explain in everyday language to someone outside of our field what the principles really mean and why they should care, why they matter. So we've got a little description, and not one of them is longer than 400 words. They're all about 300 words in really non-technical language. There's no statistics or numbers or jargon in here at all. It's just about why the principle is important. And these texts, I hope you will find them useful as well. They're collective property of everyone. So we highly encourage everybody to reuse them. Stella, can I ask you to return to my slides now, please? So as well as the write-ups about the principles, we've put in a few of the things that have been done by countries. I suspect a lot more things have been done than we know about. I have asked your communications and international offices in the last couple of weeks to let me know of everything you've done. But in case anything might have escaped our notice, I do encourage you to share with us information about anything you might have prepared. Some of the things that I've put in this slide here are just examples. We have an Instagram quiz story made by Slovenia. We have videos from Spain, the United Kingdom, and New Zealand. We have blog posts and LinkedIn posts from Italy and also from New Zealand and WHO. We've got infographics from the Republic of Moldova. And we've got right in the center there, the fun part of fundamental principles. I don't take credit for that. Gosha came up with that tagline. Statistics Poland have made a series of games about the fundamental principles. We'll be able to have a play with those this evening. Next slide, please, Stella. So we've also, as we've heard, had a big presence on social media. I have to thank Ireland for developing the visual identity, which we have all made use of. And we've got all these beautiful little images and GIFs, so animated pictures as well. Here in UNECE, we have put the little texts out every 2 weeks in our weekly newsletter, which has gone to the missions to the United Nations. And next slide, please, Stella. Here are just a few little figures about the level of involvement. Just ourselves in UNECE, we've put out 46 tweets over the course of the campaign, so starting on the 31st of January. We've found at least 59 posts on LinkedIn that refer to the campaign, including articles by a number of international organizations as well as countries. And we've found more than 240 original posts on Facebook and Twitter by all the different contributing countries and organizations. So, and those might not sound like enormous numbers to some of you who have massive following, but for us in UNECE, this is pretty enormous. And on to the next slide, please. So as we were putting together a list of acknowledgements to go on our webpage, we started asking each of the countries who had led a campaign to let us know the names of people who'd been involved. And the list kept growing and growing and growing. I confess I've even thought of a few today that I should have added, and I'm going to have to add subsequently. We have almost 170 people listed from all of your countries. So thank you to every one of those people. In particular, thank you to those who have translated material, not just the 3 who I've mentioned for our website, but also those of you who have translated materials for your own purposes. I've just put in some examples here of Hungarian, Finnish, and Spanish in Mexico, all of which have been conducting their own domestic campaigns for the anniversary. So just onto the penultimate slide, in fact, here is just an example of the multilingual nature of the campaign. the beautiful logo that was designed for us by Ireland, and which all of you have access to. If you wish to translate it into your language and haven't already done so, you're quite welcome to take the files from me and turn them into your language. This is just a little selection of a few of them, but we have a really large number. And just onto the final slide. These are the hashtags that we have been using to identify participation in the campaign. It's not over yet. Certainly this week, let's make the most of it. If you want to continue celebrating the 30th anniversary of the principles, please do make use of these hashtags on Twitter and on Facebook. And then at the bottom there is UNEC Stat, that's us. So please tag us where you can. So with that, thank you very much to everyone once again for your brilliant contributions.
Okay, so thank you very much, Fiona. And I think, so we've been sitting listening for a while, and I'm hoping to see flags lift now and raise now. We'll open for discussion, but just before I do, I just want to first of all say how much we should all thank Fiona, Gosha, and Patrick. Patrick's at the back. Three very young people who've actually really taken this celebration to heart, and they've shown incredible enthusiasm to organize and to lead this whole development. And I think it's just a reflection of the importance that people, I think was somebody said it in the videos, it's not just for those of us.
For me, no.
I've been in official statistics 31 years, so it's not just for the likes of us who've been around a long time. It's for our young statisticians who join us every day, and it's a big part of our culture. And the fundamental principles are part of our culture. And I think, as I said earlier on, it's the first principles. Okay, so look, we'll open for discussion, and I think just a couple of things. I mean, a couple of words I liked. I think in the speech, I heard the word credible, I heard the word accurate, I heard the word timely, I heard efficient, effective. But I think that I said earlier on, when we are doing our jobs, this whole word of trust is key. And I think the fundamental principles, it's a little bit like the steel in our foundation. A house won't survive over time without strong foundations. And for me, the fundamental principles of official statistics are the steel in our foundations, and they have survived the test of time, and I really feel they will survive the test of time. But of course, what's important is not the existence of the fundamental principles, but it's the extent to which we live those principles, and those principles inform our decisions every single day. And I think that's what's really at the heart of what we're here, what they were designed for, what they were developed for. And I think that's the strength that they will bring forward for us into the future. So for your interventions, kind of two questions really just to think a little bit about is what role should the fundamental principles play as we look forward into the future? And we touched on that a little bit in the video. And secondly is, what is our role as the international statistical community in ensuring that they're upheld and followed and lived? That word, I always like this word, do we live the fundamental principles? So who is going to be brave enough to break the duck and lift our flag first this morning? Tobias from Austria, you're very welcome. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As a first of all, I want to congratulate the fundamental principles as they are a strong basis for our common work. And I would like to outline that we are actually living in the 5th decade of the digital revolution you already mentioned. And we have more and more data producers and statistic producers. Some people are talking about mushrooming of such institutions. And I think that the NSOs and we, as the entire international statistical community, can only keep being relevant if we take over new responsibilities within the developing data ecosystems, such as being data stewards. And of course, we should do it based on our strong principles or core values, which we will discuss later. And hence, I would congratulate you to all the activities mentioned. And I would like to congratulate and welcome our efforts to link the fundamental principles to new efforts and to new tasks we potentially will overtake in the future. We will discuss this under other items as well, but I think we should do it on this basis and keep on, and we should do this exercise for other standards like the European Code of Practice as well. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Tobias. And I think that's a really important point about how we use the fundamental principles as national statistical institutes kind of stretch beyond the traditional role and we move into new roles like data stewardship. And I think the fundamental principles will be really important there. Do I see? I see Canada and I see Colombia. So Canada and then Colombia. Anil, you have the floor.
Well, thanks, Padraig. First of all, congratulations on this anniversary. I'd say just a couple of points. Firstly, to put it on a piece of paper or a video or whatever is great, but it is really about living them. And I think it's important that we do enough work inside the statistical offices, but also outside of the offices, because as was mentioned, we're getting into a more and more of a crowded space, and to set our values apart, I think is going to be the difference between whether people trust what we do or what we don't. And so that distinguishing feature that we have as NSOs, I think, is going to be critical. So the living of these principles is, I think, key. The second thing is it doesn't take much to lose the credibility and the trust. And so I think, we are a community, and it doesn't take much for one country to really lose it, and all of a sudden it's a real problem for the entire community. So I think building capacity and supporting NSOs to actually live these principles is something that we should continue to make sure that we do, and the resources are there for us to do this. So let's not leave any NSO behind in our efforts to pursue what is behind these fundamental principles. Thank you.
Yeah, I think that really emphasizes that we're a community. It's not just one country. We're a community, and we'll all survive together or we'll all struggle together. And I think that piece about losing trust is very important. Colombia, and Daniel, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, from Colombia, we would like to both thank and congratulate the different leads of participating NSOs that actively contributed to this joint effort, but also to acknowledge the excellent job done by the UNECE Secretariat and our colleagues from Statistics Poland and CSO Ireland, as it is thanks to their initiative that we managed to agree on a set joint vision. From Colombia, we enjoyed this amazing experience to participate in this initiative for two main reasons. First of all, this allowed us to consolidate a unified narrative over the importance of complying with the fundamental principles of official statistics, and more importantly, a unified narrative with the general public, which remains sometimes unaware of the importance of the fundamental principles. And we believe that with the emergence of new data, it is important to build upon this strong consensus that has been built upon along 30 years. And at the same time, it's going to be a protection for criticism that it's nowadays at the role of information and statistics in our societies. But on the other hand, we believe that this campaign was an opportunity to refresh the staff commitments around fundamental principles of official statistics. We understand very well that the fundamental principles have been implemented through international standards such as national quality assurance frameworks, statistical codes of good practices, or the GSPPM model. And sometimes our staff, they do not get the connection of all these instruments with the essence of fundamental principles. So we are very happy to see that this was a great opportunity to refresh our messages with general society and at the same time with our staff commitments around fundamental principles. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Juan Daniel, and thank you very much for your support as well. It's been hugely beneficial. So I give the floor to our new colleague from the United States of America. You're very welcome.
Thank you, Chair. Well, I would like to first introduce myself. My name is Karen Orvis, and I was recently appointed as the new Chief Statistician of the United States. I'm honored to be serving in this role and participating in this week's meeting. I'm looking forward to getting to know each of you better and working closely with you on issues that impact our official statistics, both domestically and internationally. The United States is pleased to celebrate 30 years since the fundamental principles of official statistics were first developed and adopted by the UNECE at a policy level. My US Chief Statistician predecessors, Herman Haberman and Catherine Wallman, shared with me the foresight of the UNECE had in terms of developing and adopting these fundamental principles. Certainly, there were many contributors to the development and successful adoption, too many individuals to personally acknowledge in the present moment. We would, however, like to recognize Lydia and Gabriella for their significant leadership in championing the fundamental principles over the years. The fruits of that labor have been evident since the UNECE adoption, including here in the US. For example, in the US, our 2014 Statistical Policy Directive on the fundamental responsibilities of US statistical agencies and recognized statistical units drew on and cited the UN fundamental principles. Among other things, this directive requires federal statistical agencies to produce and disseminate relevant and timely information, conduct credible, accurate, and objective statistical activities, and protect the trust of information providers by ensuring confidentiality and exclusive statistical use of their responses. In 2019, the US Congress recognized that these responsibilities are actually critical to the credibility and integrity of the US statistical system and the ability of policymakers to use the statistical data in making important decisions for this country. The US Congress did this by passing the Foundations of Evidence-Based Policymaking Act. And this act elevated these responsibilities from policy to law. As required by this act, my office continues to develop US regulations to implement its provisions, and we're using the fundamental principles as critical inputs. Even with these policies and laws in place within the US, we continue to face challenges to the US statistical system and lean on the fundamental principles to overcome such challenges. For example, principle number 1, relevance, impartiality, and equal access continues to guide our review and revision processes for statistical standards. For instance, impartiality. It drives our strong messaging to interested stakeholders that any development or revision of statistical standards must be objective and a technically based effort, and that it's distinctly separated from any partisan influence. Our statistical directives and the fundamental principles are the foundation for the professional autonomy of statistical agencies. As we continue our efforts, we will undoubtedly rely on all of the fundamental principles of official statistics. In summary, the US strongly supports the continued relevancy and importance of the fundamental principles, and we are thrilled to celebrate the 30th anniversary of these tried and true principles. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, so thank you very much, Karen, and very much welcome to the official statistical family, and I'm sure we'll all get to know you. I'm just conscious of time, so I'm going to limit it to 2 more interventions, the 2 flags that I see up. So we have Israel and then Hungary. Yoel, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Patrick. It's very difficult speaking after the US. And congratulations to Karen and welcome to the community. Just a quick point, of course, congratulations to UNECE for the excellent work on FPOS over the years. We use FPOS also as training material, and also the UN, the Quality Assessment Framework. We use it as training material to lead the national statistical system. So that's also another excellent use can put to use. Just one other point, on 30th of June, we will be having our annual gathering of the workforce of the Bureau of Statistics in Israel, where we also give prizes to the outstanding workers, and we will be using that anniversary in order to also state the importance of the principles of official statistics, and maybe we'll take some pictures and also put it on social media, so we'll add on to what you have already. Thank you for the excellent work.
That's great. You all will look forward to seeing the pictures. Gabriella, you have the floor.
Thank you, Patrick. First of all, congratulations to everybody, of course, not only to ECE, but all its member states, and also all the statisticians who have been working on the fundamental principles and according to the fundamental principles. These have been proved to be solid, certainly, and guide us through our everyday work now and for quite some time to come. However, I think it is very crucial that we recognize that the implementation is not always uniform, and we have to think about that really, how to make the implementation uniform and global, and how we can have that. And I think there some interpretation could be helpful, more detailed interpretation, and possibly also some identifying some indicators that would help national statistical offices and individual statisticians to implement the fundamental principles. And here maybe we should also think about the fundamental principles guide institutions mainly, but maybe the ISI Code of Ethics could help us to help individual statisticians in their everyday work, in their conduct, in their everyday work. Another thing that I would like to raise is that the fundamental principles are widely adopted by national statistical offices, but there are many alternative data producers, and they don't have, or few of them have clear and transparent principles along which they work. And I think if they don't have that, they may eventually also compromise our statistics in the public. So maybe we should also think about how we can have dialogue with the alternative data producers in order for them to develop their transparent principles. Also, communication is crucial. I think we communicate the fundamental principles certainly among us, and we talk about it a lot among us, but maybe we could be more outgoing in that, and more outreaching to the general public and also to the politicians. Actually, I'm proud to have been a part of the process when the fundamental principles became a political commitment also through the General Assembly of the United Nations. But I think there we did not do enough afterwards to communicate the principles to the governments, to politicians, maybe to general users, yes, but not to our governments. And that could also be helpful if we in the future could have the implementation of fundamental principles through communication to politicians. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much for that, Gabriella. Okay, so I think we've come to the end of this particular agenda item. I think it was really important that we took the opportunity today to mark the anniversary of the 30th anniversary of the principles. I think from our experience over the 30 years, from what we've heard in the videos, from the interventions today, I think we all recognize the absolute central importance and the first principles nature of the fundamental principles. And I think what really came across to me as well was the extent to which they don't just apply to us as individual national statistical institutes, they apply to us as a community of official statisticians. And it's that piece that's really, really important, because trust can be lost by anybody. We all know that what happens in one country can be reflected on your own country. And so that is why I often use the word, we are a family. We are really, really a community, because contagion, both positive and negative, can move in any particular way. And trust is absolutely, I think, key for us at the moment. because of the changing nature of our role. We have to be trusted as we change the way and what we are delivering, and the moving to the data as a service, this whole data stewardship piece. I think that trust piece is really, really important. So I think it's been really useful, and I want to thank everybody and thank all member states and all others that have been involved for very many years. Thank you very much. So I've just been told we have a decision. So Stella is going to put it up on screen for us. I'll have to put on my glasses to read it.
You are young, no?
I'm young. No, not that young. Oh. Okay, so the proposed decision is that the conference takes note of the 30th anniversary adoption of the fundamental principles of official statistics by UNECE. Thanks all the national statistical offices and international organizations which have contributed to marking the anniversary. Reaffirms its commitment to the fundamental principles of official statistics and emphasizes their continued importance, and encourages all countries to use the shared resources to continue promoting and communicating about the principles of official statistics. Are we all agreed? We're agreed. Decision is adopted. Thank you very much. Okay, so I see Stephen Vale is making his way to the podium and jumping his way. I'm glad he didn't fall. So Steve is obviously very young. So we're a little behind schedule, and I'm not going to say too much, but I think it's nice the way that the discussion now, we're moving on to the core values of official statistics, and they're mapping with the fundamental principles. So it's document 2 and document 2 addendum 1. And I'm going to assume everybody has read the documents, so I'm not going to repeat what's in the documents. But I think it's really useful that we have this opportunity today, kind of working in tandem with the fundamental principles, that we're discussing core values. The core values are our DNA. And I suppose there's been a lot of work done on the core values and on the task force that's been, I think Juan Daniel mentioned it earlier. And I think we've had a really, really good task force that's been working on the development of these core values and on the mapping. And I just want to mention the member countries who were involved. We had Australia, Canada, Colombia, France, Lithuania, New Zealand, Norway, Poland, UK, and Ireland. And I think it's, I had the privilege of being involved in all of those task force meetings, and it was a really, really good task force. And I think what we decided very early on is we were not talking about the core values of official statistics. We were talking about the core values of the official statistical community, almost like a personage. And I always like to think about the core values as, if we're in a room with users and we leave the room, what do we want users to say about us? We want users to say that we're relevant. We want users to say that we're impartial and objective, etc. And I think that's really, really important, because that's where the trust comes from. And I think it's fantastic that we have the core values now, which will supplement the fundamental principles, because many principles are not core values, but all core values are principles. And I think it's really important for us to recognize that. I think in developing the core values, it's quite a personal thing for us all. We all have core values. And I think when we started out, we had 40 proposals for core values. And of course, that's not practical. We couldn't. So we had to be pragmatic and we had to be sensible. We had discussions about whether we wanted to use objective or impartial. And I think we've come up with a really good solution where we have the core value, and then we have a description of the core value, which includes those additional pieces that help people to understand what the core value we're talking about really means. So we had to be pragmatic, we had to compromise a little bit. But what we did do is we came to a set of core values that we could all agree on, that we agree reflected our DNA, that we agree reflected a kind of a message that we would like to hear policymakers say about us, that we would like to hear the research community say about us, that we would like the media to say about us, that we would like the public to say about us, because that's who we serve. And I think the core values are an incredible addition to the fundamental principles, and I think will position us really well into the future as long as we live them. It's always about living, whether it's the fundamental principles or the core values. So I think what we've got here today is the core values. We have the mapping of those core values to the fundamental principles so that we can see how it all sits together. We fit the jigsaw together. And then hopefully today, the intention today is that we can endorse these core values, that we can endorse the mapping. And then the next block of work is going to be about the behaviors. What are the behaviors we need to be seen to enact so that we can prove we are living the core values? And that's a really important next step for us. But that's the next step. We're not into that detail today. So I'm going to shut up for a change, and I'm going to give the floor to Steve, who's going to talk for a little while and give me a break. Steve.
Thank you, Padraig. So, well, first of all, on behalf of the Secretariat, I'd like to thank Padraig for chairing the work of this task team on core values, and indeed all of the task team members for their very lively discussions, ideas, and ultimately compromises that have led to this excellent piece of work. So I'd also like to briefly summarize the comments made by the members of the conference during the written consultation on the core values. Back in February, the Bureau agreed that what the task team had produced at that stage was sufficiently mature to go out for written consultation to all countries. And we sent out the core values paper for consultation during March and April of this year. We had responses from 40 countries. So thank you very much to those countries who responded. I'm not going to read out all the names, that's all in the paper. Many of those countries expressed strong appreciation and support for the work of the task team. So thank you again for that. And also for the resulting list of the core values. Some countries asked for more information about the background to the work, about the purpose of the work, how it fits to the fundamental principles, etc. So we've dealt with that partly in a new introduction section of the paper that was put forward for the conference, and we will also be coming to that a lot more in the proposed next stage of the work, which is all about the behaviors to show how we live the core values. Some countries proposed additional core values, but we were trying to keep the list short. We started with about 40 proposals, and we managed to get that down to 6 through a lot of compromise, a lot of negotiation. And we think those 6 more or less cover the whole area. Some countries also proposed additions to the text. We were trying again to keep the text fairly short. We had an original challenge from Australia that the whole thing should fit on a credit card, which I think was perhaps a little too much of a challenge, but it focused our minds to some extent. So we tried to keep this stage of the work very concise, very short, very much to the point. But the next phase of the work, where we go on to talk about the behaviors, will allow us to add a lot more detailed information. So thank you to those countries that provided the detailed comments. Your material will certainly be taken forward into that next stage of the work. So finally, I think we saw from the written consultation an overwhelming support for endorsement of the core values here at the conference. And hopefully we can go on to this endorsement following the discussion. So in view of that support, we would like to recommend the core values, the mappings, and the proposal to for the future work on behaviors for endorsement by the conference. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you very much, Steve. This is an important block of work. And I think it's, as I said, it supplements the fundamental principles. And there's 2 things I always like to say. One is perfection is the enemy of the good. And that's the piece around, I might have liked a different word here or a different word there. But what we had to come to was a set of core values that were succinct, concise, and that we could easily communicate them to the public and to decision makers, and that they would understand, and that were fit for purpose. It's a word we also use in official statistics, that are fit for purpose. I think they're more than fit for purpose. And I think it's been a great block of work. But I think what's really important now is we have a conversation now. And I'm going to open the conversation. Glasses? Glasses, get my glasses. I'm getting older all the time. So I see we have Canada first, and then we have Norway. They're the first two countries. And then I see Dominic. So Anil, you have the floor.
Thanks, Padraig. We really enjoyed working with you on this, and also want to recognize in particular, Stephen, your excellent work. So thank you for this. We, of course, strongly support the list and the mapping of the fundamental principles of official statistics and the other standards. I agree with you. I think, one could argue whether it's perfect, but I think it certainly is good enough. And I think it's good enough for us to move forward. We also think that the task force should continue to develop those narratives on the desired behaviors. As you said, we have to live these according to the core values. And I'd say in this follow-up work, a couple of things. I think it's important to think through how these descriptions of the desired behaviors are not only displaying the values, but really they're used to be an enabling force to actually move us forward. So we should not just look at these in the rear view, but looking at this in a very active way to move us forward. So thank you for this work. Thanks.
Thanks, Anil, and again, thanks for all your support and the contributions from Statistics Canada. Geir from Norway, you have the floor.
Here, let me also just fully support, of course, the proposed paper and values. For Norway, it was important when we started up this discussion last year that we should be certain to avoid duplication and competition towards the fundamental principles and other important quality rules like code of practice, OECD's good statistical practices, etc. So that was very important for us, and I think now these values, they will be, as stated very nicely in the paper, that they have always been with us implicitly, but now they are with us explicitly, and they work as a supplement and a support to the fundamental values. And therefore, I think the whole idea with mapping was a very good one, because they show the link between, these values and the different fundamental principles. One other point with this proposal that has been important for us is that less is more, because we have different contexts in the different countries, and in one area this word is very important, and another place you have other things that you want to underline, and sometimes the sum of all those good intentions could actually undermine the whole idea, because people won't relate to a big list of values. So the strive to concentrate on some few core values has been important, and I think to be 100% objective, I think we have succeeded. But it is a balance, and it's, as Anil said, it's not necessarily perfect, but it's good enough, and therefore I would also strongly support the proposal. Thank you.
Thanks, Geir. I think that sense of less is more is never more appropriate. I've heard it a couple of times in recent days, and I think it's very appropriate here. Okay, next I have Dominic, Poland.
Thank you, Patrick. First of all, I want to say that it was a pleasure to be part of the group. The meetings were very exciting. It was a pleasure really to participate in those. The discussions, the profoundness of the discussions was really kind of like entertaining, from a statistical point of view. But anyway, we fully support the list of values and the mapping with the fundamental principles of official statistics. I would like to stress one important thing to me, that I see those values as a derivative of fundamental principles of official statistics, as And as with any derivative in mathematics, it cannot stand in isolation with its integral. So I think that these values are very much tied with the fundamental principles. This is very important to stress that we're not coming here with any extensions or amendments inherently even. They go very well with fundamental principles and are fully compatible. One important aspect that I wanted to stress is that the prepared text called for a truthful representation of reality around us. And this is extremely important to me. And that indeed this alludes to the fundamental notion behind any set of values, which is a hierarchy of those. And when we think about what's behind the values, it's truth. It's the right to the truth, right to the information, right to be informed. You can infer those from the fundamental human rights. And I think in this regard, what an excellent and profound foundation for our values. We cannot think of the better one. So that we are very proud of that. We believe strongly that the fundamental principles of official statistics have stood the test of time. We had those, comments from Professor Olański, for example, in the video, and are still absolutely relevant in the rapidly changing reality. So we are pleased as well that we have stayed with the notion of confidentiality within the list of the core values. We had some fierce discussions about it, but we came up with a sensible compromise. We were very proud of that. No doubt that the values will enhance the communication, which I would like to encourage you all to do. They're very nicely formulated using adjectives instead of nouns to make them more personal. Thanks to this, I think fundamental principles of official statistics themselves hopefully will be better known, better understood, better applied, and become better, as Professor Olański used the word, homogenized within nowadays data environments. We strongly support the adoption of the core values of the official statistics community, as you Patrick have said, and the mapping with the fundamental principles. And we'll also like to support the task force to continue to work in line with what Anu had said, working on the narratives. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks very much, Dominic, and I wish you could bottle that passion and that real zest for the core values, which is fantastic. Next, we have our first virtual intervention, which is from France. France, you have the floor. I presume it'll come up on screen any second.
Thank you. Do you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. You have the floor.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. President. We were very pleased to participate to this work. And we are endorsing the proposed document, which is a solid base for our further work in disseminating the value we share. So we support the proposed list of core value and the description. We support the mapping of the fundamental principle, and we support the continuation of the work of the task team with a focus on the elaboration of behavior. And we are willing to continue the work on this subject if it's possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Francoise, and we very much appreciate INSEE's engagement, and certainly you're very welcome to continue with the work. Many thanks for that. Jūrate, Lithuania, you have the floor.
Much, Chair. Lithuania was involved in activities of the special task team on core values of official statistics. So I know how many hours of rich and interesting discussions devoted to the topicality of values and fundamental principles, with even linguistics debates concerning definitions and hidden meanings of words or phrases behind them to reflect the meaning in different languages. No doubt that we all agree that core values of official statistics and corresponding fundamental principles have not lost their importance and topicality. Just due to the changing environment and the emerging new roles of NSIs makes of them turn more important and topical than ever. The task team on core values of official statistics in consultations with partners did a great job generating ideas and concepts which have fed into the final document. So I hope that the 17 legislative CES session will endorse the list of core values and the mapping as part of anniversary celebration for fundamental principles of official statistics. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jurati, and thanks for sitting through all those hours of conversation and debate. New Zealand, is it Mark? Hi, Mark. Good morning.
Thank you, Chair. I first want to express my strong appreciation for the work of the task team in this important area and the resulting list of core values. New Zealand supports the core values of official statistics and feels that it is a key element of the statistical function. Like many colleagues have suggested, in a world where there are many data providers and frankly some competitors to the data world, it's really important to be able to describe what makes us different as producers of official statistics. We think the core values have ended up in a very good place and are happy to endorse the core values, descriptions and mapping. And like other colleagues would support the notion of good enough is good enough to go forward. New Zealand is proud to have co-authored a paper with the Australian Bureau of Statistics that maps the core values to the fundamental principles maturity model, which many of you know was presented at the IAOS conference in April 2022. We will continue to work with partners in this space, and we think it is very important to achieve mutual outcomes going forward. To this end, we also approve the future work to elaborate the behaviours that will demonstrate how the core values are implemented in practice. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Mark. And again, thanks for all your support during the deliberations. Marcus, Finland.
Thank you. The group for this work. We often refer to our core values in our discussion, so it's good that we have them clarified and listed now. Statistics Finland fully supports an endorsement of the list of core values. Like our Canadian colleague already mentioned, work should continue. Related to this continuous work, there are 2 points I would like to make to be taken into account. First, the ethical guidelines we have, including this new list of core values, rely on the assumption that statistical offices, in some sense, own the data used for official statistics. The assumption is very natural in the case we collect the data using our own surveys. But when we use administrative data or privately held data, if we impose our data ownership assumption, I think that we are making a mistake there. We are not in the classical sense owners of administrative data or privately held data. We are secondary users, and there are other users, other secondary users too, both public and private. Secondly, I would emphasize that these principles guide us very little in cases where we provide data for other users. As we all know, this is constantly increasing part of our own activities. I think we should reflect these changes of data landscape in our future ethical work and provide real-life examples and solutions to emerging data-related issues. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Marcus, and for your support for the core values. And we take note of some of the issues, and that issue of data ownership is a big issue. Obviously, it's reflected in, particularly in GDPR within a European context. And I think depending on maybe the national institute and the national legislation, I certainly know in Ireland, once we take hold of the data, we actually are the owners of the data, but I appreciate it may differ from country to country, and we might need to reflect on that. But thank you very much for raising those important issues, Marcus. I now give the floor to Juan Daniel, Colombia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, we would like to thank the leads of the task force for putting this list of core values together, since we believe that they highlight the importance of understanding that the production of official statistics is a public service, and at the same time has not only scientific, but also ethical implications in our societies. We recognize the collaborative approach that was enabled by the Secretariat in this task force, and we consider that it's important to keep on these very valuable discussions. More importantly, when we speak about behaviors, because this is going to allow us to interact with newcomers in the data ecosystem as regards the importance of not only having scientific rules, but also ethical perspectives of the work that we are performing in our societies. That's why we would like to confirm our endorsement to the list being discussed, and we also would like to highlight our commitment with contributing to further developing this work stream, both in their appropriation to Spanish, for example, and at the same time to have additional discussions about the consequences of the mapping between the fundamental principles and the core values of official statistics. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Juan Daniel, and again, thank you very much for all your work during the task force, during the work there. Okay, next I have Australia and then UK, and I think we're running out of time then. So Australia, you have the floor, and then UK. So I know poor David is not able to be with us this morning, but I know he's in Geneva. So best wishes to you, David, wherever you are. Your microphone, please. Sorry.
Is it on now? Yeah, thank you. Yes, thank you, Chair. And I just wanted to send David Gruen's apologies for not being here. I now have a key performance indicator not to get COVID, so we can go back to Australia. So as you can imagine, being part of the task team, Australia is very supportive of the core values as articulated here, and we propose that they are endorsed. We just also wanted to note that with more players and competition in the field of producing insights and statistics, and the increasing volume of available data available to us, it's more important than ever to actually communicate our values. And as you said, Chair, our DNA. And so we very much think that this is a very short, succinct list that will help us do that, both internally to our staff, across the international statistical community, but also more importantly to our users and stakeholders. So we very much want to thank the task team for putting this together. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And again, our best wishes to David, and I hope he recovers soon. And again, just thank you for all your work during the task force. It was a really important contribution. Okay, UK, I don't know, is it Nikki? You have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. The UK was very proud to be part of the task force and is very happy to endorse the core values, which we see as a valuable tool going forward. This is particularly true when we're going to be dealing with stakeholders, whether these are data providers, policymakers, or the general public. We do agree we have to live the core values, we have to promote them, we have to get them out there, and we will only really achieve success with them when members of the public, policymakers, data providers use them as the benchmark of their expectations from the statistical community. So we endorse them, but we really should get out there and just tell everyone about them. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Nikki. And again, thanks for your contribution during the task force. It was very important. Okay, so I think we've had a lot of positive discussion. I don't know, Steve, I just want to give you the opportunity. Is there anything you want to add at this stage? Any comments you want to make?
No, I think just to thank everybody who's spoken for the positive support. We have a big challenge now with the next phase of the work, which is the behaviors. Of course, this work is going on under the conference, so remains open both to those who participated in the original task team and anybody else who would like to join this work on behaviors to show how we live the core values and the fundamental principles. Thank you.
Okay, Steve, so just quickly summarize the discussion. I think there's a lot of, I think we're endorsing the core values. I wonder in 30 years' time, will we be marking the 30th anniversary of the core values? I very much hope so. We won't, well, it won't be us. Gosha
will
will be here and maybe a couple of others. Gosha, just remember us in 30 years' time, okay? When you're here, when you're in Lydia's chair. And no pressure, Gosha. No pressure needed, exactly. But I think I do think it's a day we'll look back on, and a bit like the day that the fundamental principles were endorsed. Now, I'm often asked, what are the core values? Sometimes people say, well, what are your principles? But more often people say, what are the core values of official statistics? And that's the language they use. And I think it's great that we actually can say, these are our core values. These are our DNA. This is what makes the official statistical community tick. This is what guides us when we're in difficult waters. And I think with the fundamental principles and the core values working in tandem, I think we have a very strong foundation to work from. But again, the foundation is only the foundation. And I think everybody has recognized it in their interventions. The next step now is to move towards the behaviors and to live those behaviors and to kind of live those behaviors every single day, because that's what is needed. I don't think that official statistics were ever more needed than they are now. I think impartial, trusted, independent, objective, these are all words that are more important now than ever before, because we have seen only too recently how quickly trust can be eroded, how quickly fake news and alternative facts can gain traction if there isn't the counterfactual there. And I think as institutions, I think we have trust, but I think that trust can be it takes years to build trust, but you can lose trust in an instant. And I think that's what all of us need to work towards. But it gives me great kind of, when I'm here amongst statisticians and I hear people speak and I hear the passion, I really think the official statistical world is in good hands. And I don't think we should be fearful of competition. I think we should welcome competition. And I think this kind of work that we're doing here helps us to stand out from the crowd. It is what marks us out as being different from other compilers of statistics. And I know I've had interaction very recently with policymakers and decision makers in Ireland. And so often they talk about, the value of being able to quote a statistic from the National Statistical Institute, the fact that it doesn't get questioned in the media, the fact that the opposition don't question it. And the opposition also kind of welcome the fact that we have independent, trusted data. And I think we have that across the community. So I think it's fantastic. And I really think this is an important day for us all. I do just want to thank all the members of the task force, because we had a lot of discussion. We had a lot of passion and a lot of, I wouldn't say disagreement, but certainly debate. But that was good, because that's what helped us to get to where we are. And without passion, if there's no passion, it means it doesn't mean something to us. So I don't like discussions without passion, because it just means you're going through the motion. So I really like the fact that we had debate, we had real passion, we had some good discussions. And I think the outcome of that is a really, really good document and a core value. I think the last thing I want to say is none of this would have happened without the task force. None of this would have happened without the member states. But I think in particular, none of it would have happened without Stephen Vail. And I think sometimes we underestimate, Stephen likes to be quiet in the corner, but without Stephen Vail, an awful lot of this stuff doesn't happen. And Stephen, as chair of the task force, I just want to say how much we appreciate the work, and we would not be here today without your guile and your common sense and your pragmatism. So thank you very much, Stephen. Very much appreciated. He's a loss to the diplomatic corps and a benefit to the statistical corps. Okay, look, I think we're nearly at lunchtime. I think hopefully people are getting a little bit hungry. But before we break, I'm going to ask Tina if she has any announcements. Also, I need to read the decision. I'm gone ahead of myself. Okay, so I can read this is easier actually. The conference endorses the proposed list of core values and their descriptions, endorses the mappings of core values to the fundamental principles of official statistics and other standards, and supports the continuation of the work of the task team with a focus on the elaboration of behaviors that demonstrate the implementation of the core values and the fundamental principles of official statistics.
In practice.
In practice. What did I say?
You didn't say.
I didn't say. Okay, I'm in a hurry. I'm hungry. Okay. Okay, it's agreed. Thank you very much. Now, Tina, you have the floor.
So just to say that now, yes, we break for lunch, so we will continue here at 2:30. For the lunch, I would recommend to go to this cafeteria, which is, I think it's on your maps there, where you have to walk from outside and you can get into the cafeteria. There are those glass doors outside. It's like in the middle of the building down there. It is also possible to go. There are a few restaurants behind the Place de Nation, but I'm not quite sure whether you would get back in two hours from there. And there is a small shop, Safi, here just around the corner, where it is possible to get some sandwiches, and also in this Serpent bar, some sandwiches and salads. So if you don't want to go to the big cafeteria, there are other possibilities.
The shop for salads and sandwiches under the arch.
Yes, so the Safi is under the arch from door 1. You go with small stairs down. So with this, I'm wishing everyone bon appetit, and we meet here at 2:30. Thank you.
Okay, we're adjourned until 2:30 sharp. Thank you very much. Okay. Welcome back, everybody. I hope you all had a nice lunch in the heat. It was nice to get a cold salad, so just to try and keep the temperatures down a little bit. So we're moving on to the with the agenda. And again, we've a busy afternoon going across a range of in-depth reviews and reports from task forces, etc. So what we're moving on to is item 4, which is coordination of international statistical work in the UNECE region. And before we move on to items 4A, B, C, D, E, or sorry, item 4B, we're going to just, first of all, Tina is just going to describe the outcomes of the in-depth reviews carried out by the CES Bureau since last June. And she's going to inform us about the upcoming reviews that are going to take place. So Tina, you have the floor.
Thank you. Under this item, we will inform you about the outcomes of the reviews and are asking to endorse the outcomes. The Bureau makes every year in-depth reviews of about 3-4 topics. And these reviews, they always address emerging issues or maybe also existing areas where there are some kind of issues or something which is not addressed properly. And actually these reviews are a very important part of our work, because a lot of the new work and the preparation of these guidelines and recommendations and that we are asking you to endorse have started as outcomes of the in-depth reviews. We always send these in-depth review papers to all CS members to give an opportunity to comment if you wish. And therefore here I will inform then about the last 3 reviews that have taken place since the previous plenary session. So first of all, we had a review on subjective poverty measures. In October last year, the paper was prepared by Poland, but this we will discuss just in a few minutes. Then there was a review measuring non-observed informal economy, which also took place in October last year. Paper was done by Mexico, IMF, and the UNECE. So about this, I'm speaking a little bit more in detail, because then there is also the third review that was held, collaboration with private data providers, this year in February. Paper by Poland, who was the lead, and then Canada, Mexico, UK, Eurostat, and IMF. But this topic is discussed thoroughly on Wednesday, so I will not go also into detail on that. What concerns, next slide, the measuring of the non-observed informal economy. When the Bureau reviewed it, they agreed with the recommendations that are given in the paper. The Bureau stressed the importance of integrating the measurement of informal economy in the updates of the major macroeconomic frameworks like SNA and the Balance of Payments Manual, and also the ILO frameworks, because informality affects a large number of countries and its policy implications are huge. At the same time, when the framework will be adopted, it is important to plan the further work on testing and providing compilation guidance. And the important role of the UNECE steering group on national accounts was underlined to consider the best way to collect, analyze, and share the experiences of UNECE member countries and identify good practices and develop practical guidance on how to apply the framework on measuring informal economy. The Bureau also noted the distinction between the concepts of non-observed and informal economy, and said that the clear terminology and consistent communication is needed to avoid misunderstanding and misuse of these related and sometimes overlapping terms. To the consultation on the in-depth review, 15 countries replied. All these countries welcomed the outcome of the review. The proposal for developing a common statistical framework for measuring the informal economy was highly valued, and countries also put a lot of emphasis on the testing of the framework, where the steering group of national accounts plays an important coordinating role. So here is the proposal for the decision. On that, the conference welcomes the in-depth review and supports the proposal on follow-up work on implementation of the forthcoming framework on measuring the informal economy. The conference requests the UNECE steering group on national accounts to consider the best way to collect and analyze the experiences of UNECE member countries, and on this basis, identify good practices and develop practical guidance. And in addition, now I would like to inform you also about the topics for the next upcoming in-depth reviews, and we are asking the conference to confirm those topics. So it is planned that data ethics would be reviewed in October this year. A paper is led by Canada and the United Kingdom with contribution from Eurostat. And then another review for the October meeting is planned on how to reach groups in administrative sources. Here we do not have yet the lead country. So we are encouraging countries who are here, somebody to volunteer to lead this review. Eurostat promised to contribute. And review in February next year will be done of measurement of well-being led by Israel, Mexico, and the OECD have promised to contribute. And then we have a potential topic for another in-depth review next February concerning social cohesion. But on this, the Bureau said that they need to think a bit what will be actually the focus of this review and then from what viewpoint to look at the social cohesion. So this, the Bureau will discuss at a short meeting tomorrow how to focus the review on social cohesion. So countries who would like to contribute to the reviews, please inform the Secretariat. And we are especially looking for the lead country for this review on how to reach groups in administrative sources. Thank you.
So thank you very much, Tina. I think before we move on to the subject of poverty measures, we'll just stop here and focus on the in-depth review in the non-observed informal economy and the proposed decision in there, and also just to get your agreement and your endorsement of the next topics: data ethics, hard to reach groups in administrative data sources, measurement of well-being, and social cohesion. And as we say, we're looking for a lead country on the hard to reach group in administrative data sources. So please don't be afraid to volunteer. I think we have a volunteer already. I see our colleagues from Denmark are great news for the lead on the hard to reach groups and administrative data sources.
Bravo.
Before we even open the floor, we have something sorted. So I open the floor. Anybody, any comments or observations? Or can we take it as agreed? Okay, we take it as agreed. So thank you very much. The decision is adopted, and thank you very much to Denmark for agreeing to lead on that. And as I said, we're always looking for countries to get engaged in and work on the task forces. And just from my own experience, it is very much worthwhile getting involved, because not alone can you contribute a lot, but you generally learn a lot as well. So I just encourage people to get engaged. Okay, so with that, we move on to item 4B of the agenda. And item 4B, we're looking at document 9 and document 9 addendum 1. This is on subjective poverty measures. I'm going to invite Dominic to present the paper prepared by Statistics Poland. And after that, Andres Vikat is going to summarize the comments received in the electronic consultation. Dominic, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. I hope that the presentation will show up in a moment. But anyway, poverty is a complex phenomenon as a concept that is defined and understood in different ways. The choice of particular definition of poverty and the measurement method used determines the results of the assessment. Depending on the approach applied, different population groups may be considered to be at risk of poverty, which have some real life consequences. Depending on the approach, this has an implication for the design of the programs, strategies, and whatever policy making deals with at the moment. So the decision on how to measure poverty involves, among other things, the choice to consider poverty in an objective or in a subjective way. Generally speaking, in the case of the objective approach, defining what we call poverty, setting poverty thresholds is done by experts, regardless of the surveyed individuals, whether it will be households or persons. The subjective approach, however, on the other hand, takes into account the opinions of the respondents. Subjective poverty measurement is not an alternative to objective poverty management, although the objective measures are key to understand the complexity of poverty. They're not sufficient. Subjective measures have an important complementary role to play, especially with regard to reaching the poorest and making their voice heard. The subjective approach shows the problem of poverty from a different perspective than the objective one. That's why it's so valuable. Can I have another one and next one? Okay, so in terms of in-depth review, in the spring 2021, Statistics Poland was mandated by CES to undertake the in-depth review. This was following the methodological work under the conference that has led to the publication on the guide of poverty measurement in 2017 and the guide on disaggregated poverty measures in 2020. October 2021, the CES Bureau meeting reviewed the in-depth topic of subjective poverty measures based on a paper prepared by Statistics Poland. Purposes of the in-depth review were the following: to review the methods used to measure subjective poverty by NSIs, to identify information gaps, methodological problems, and challenges regarding the measurement of subjective poverty, and to recommend further work in this area. So please, another one. Please, next one. Okay. So in terms of, I'm trying to fit the speed of speak of Patrick's speech. I'm trying to speak as quickly as Patrick. I'm sorry. Anyway, I cannot manage it. I have a good sorry. I got a good teacher. Anyway, overview of the national and international statistical activities. So in a survey of 53 responding countries, the survey designed specifically for the purposes of the in-depth review. Only a few countries indicated that they use direct measurement of subjective poverty through self-assessment questions, only a few of them. Most countries, however, include questions in household surveys on subjective assessment of perceived living standards, such as an assessment of the income situation, financial problems, ability to satisfy various types of material and non-material needs. Conceptually, these questions can be used to calculate indirect measures of subjective poverty and to estimate subjective poverty thresholds. While questions on the inability to meet various needs are commonly used to calculate deprivation indicators, other questions, such as on the perception of income situation, and the internationally harmonized question on making ends meet, remain underused for analysis of subjective poverty. These are the conclusions. Can I have another one? Next slide. So in general, it can be said that measurement and analysis of subjective poverty tend to be minimized or omitted for most national statistical offices, and only a small group of countries produces analysis and publishes data in this area on a regular basis. Next, please. Okay, in terms of the activities of international organizations, a review conducted over the past few years by international organizations and institutions such as Eurostat, the World Bank, the OECD, and the UNDP shows that subjective poverty has not been in the center of attention of these institutions. The objective approach was clearly dominant at that time. This applies to the measurement of both absolute and relative poverty, and increasingly to multidimensional poverty. Such indicators are used to monitor poverty reduction goals set out in strategic documents, such as the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, the EU 2020 strategy, the European Pillar of Social Rights, and so on. However, some positive practices of the Eurostat, and in particular OECD activities in measuring some aspects of subjective poverty, should be noted. So, to summarize, the main conclusions of the review are as follows. Both the literature review and research practice indicate different ways of understanding and defining the term subjective poverty. This indicates a need to clarify terminology and develop a system of concepts related to the measurement of subjective poverty. A common language in the subject area is desirable. Secondly, at present, both at national and international level, objective indicators play a dominant role in monitoring the phenomenon of poverty, and statistical offices give priority to the production of these data. The measurement of subjective poverty is generally limited to the minimum or omitted. A common list of subjective poverty indicators has not yet been agreed at the international level. Thirdly, the omission of the subjective approach as a complementary to the objective measurement significantly weakens the diagnosis of poverty. In this context, it seems important to disseminate knowledge on the usefulness and interpretation of subjective data on poverty, both among potential users of this type of information and among statistical services. It has been noted that in many cases, the resources of data collected in surveys that can provide a basis for analyzing certain aspects of subjective poverty are not fully used. So next slide, please. There have been some opinions. I guess this is going to be summarized in a moment more deeply, profoundly. But in terms of based on the results of the special questionnaire prepared for this, in terms of the preparation of a guide, we see 38 countries in favor, only 5 against, and no opinion with 10 response. And then in terms of development of a list of indicators for international comparisons, 35 countries were in favor, 8 were against, and no opinion was expressed by 10. In the comments on undertaking work on a harmonized approach for measuring a subjective poverty at the international level, countries emphasized, however, the need for strong involvement of international institutions in this process. That's very important and useful. So last slide, please. That's about the recommendations for future work, taking into account the considerations of the review methods, the opinion of national statistical offices on the usefulness of the work in this field at the international level, and the decisions of the CES Bureau. It was proposed to establish a task force to develop a guide on the measurement of subjective poverty and set a subjective poverty indicators that could be used for international comparisons. And secondly, the proposed list of subjective poverty indicators to be developed should be coherent, holistic, and short. The indicators should relate to existing international work, for example, to the measuring of subjective perception of living conditions defined in the EU survey or on income and living conditions, EU SILC as we call it, and then the OECD guidelines on measuring subjective well-being. The development of such list requires close cooperation between the international organizations and national statistical offices responsible for data production. Thank you.
So thank you, Dominic. Andres?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I'm just going to summarize for you a few developments in this area that took place after October last year when the in-depth review was conducted by the Bureau. So according to the established practice, the in-depth review paper was disseminated to the entire conference for electronic consultation. 13 countries responded, all of them welcoming the outcome and supporting further steps. They valued highly the proposal to develop a guide on measuring subjective poverty and emphasized the complementary role of subjective poverty in understanding what poverty means for people. So following up on these recommendations, as you saw presented by Dominic, the Bureau decided to establish a task force to develop a guide on measuring subjective poverty. And the CES steering group on measuring poverty and inequality prepared the terms of reference. They were adopted in February this year, and the task force has started its work. It was also mentioned that there was already an extensive data collection carried out in the context of the in-depth review, so the task force has a very good basis from which to start. Indeed, information from 53 countries about what they do on with subjective poverty measures. And far from all, this could not be fully summarized for the in-depth review, so the task force can follow up and make the full use of this information. The next slide, please. The task force is chaired by the United States. Members include Brazil, Canada, Mexico, Poland, Slovakia, United Kingdom, as well as Eurostat, OECD, and researchers from different academic institutions. The task force has already held 2 online meetings and reached agreement on the structure of the guide and the distribution of work. Leads have been identified for the different substantive sections of the guide. And the timetable foresees that the presentation of the guide for endorsement would happen in 2 years from now at the 2024 plenary session of the conference. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Andres. I just want to check if there are any comments on Zoom coming in electronically that we need to. No. Okay. So we'll just try and actually we can bring up the last slide because it has the conclusions on it. But I think for me, this kind of highlights the value of the in-depth reviews because it gives us a really good sense of where we are, what has been done, but also what hasn't been done. But I think it also sets a clear direction of travel for us in this particular area. I can remember a colleague of mine having a real debate with Walter Rademacher, I'd say about 10 years ago, and they were all arguing about the value of objective versus subjective measures on this particular topic of poverty. So it just shows you how long the conversation has been going on. And my colleague was on the objective side. He's one of these guys that felt that there was a whole issue with the comparability of subjective data over time. But as we know, if we look at the research, there is real value in the subjective data when it's used as a complement to the objective measures. And I think that's as a supplement and a complement to the objective measures. So I think CES Stat want to take the floor. Is that right? Yeah. So we'll just take our earphones.
Спасибо, господин председатель. Как вы сказали, у нас очень напряженная повестка дня во второй половине дня сегодня, поэтому я в целях экономии нашего общего времени хотел бы просто передать текст нашего комментария в секретариат, а сейчас просто позволю сказать себе два слова. Представленный углубленный обзор субъективных показателей бедности является первым в своем роде исследованием в этой области. И присоединяясь к высокой оценке этого обзора, хотелось бы выразить признательность всем его авторам. Статкомитет СНГ также поддерживает мнения, которые были высказаны в ходе электронных консультаций, а именно, что необходимо разработать согласованный на международном уровне краткий перечень показателей субъективной бедности и руководство по оценке субъективной бедности. При этом общий перечень показателей субъективной бедности должен быть кратким. Это обеспечило бы его практическую значимость. Также при создании такого перечня нужно принимать во внимание, что экономические, социальные, политические и культурные условия по странам различаются, и это важный фактор при разработке такого перечня. Ну, безусловно, такие рекомендации позволят повысить сопоставимость данных на международном уровне. Статкомитет СНГ поддерживает продолжение работы целевой группы по подготовке руководства по методам измерения субъективной бедности и набора показателей субъективной бедности, и готов также принимать участие в этой работе. Спасибо.
Thank you very much. And in case people weren't aware, the floor is open for other flags to be raised. Next on the list is Belarus.
Спасибо за представленный обзор. Беларусь наряду с другими странами приняла участие. Конечно, мы также поддерживаем важность и значимость данной работы. И сегодня, скажем, когда перед мировым сообществом в рамках выполнения цели номер 1 повсеместная ликвидация нищеты во всех ее проявлениях, мы понимаем, что использование для оценки бедности только денежных составляющих уже недостаточно. Но так как вот отмечалось СНГ, для того, чтобы разработать показатели, характеризующие не денежные аспекты оценки бедности, нам надо действительно выработать краткий набор этих показателей. И то, как отмечал уже Доминик, действительно должен быть четкий понятийный аппарат. У нас сегодня есть уже опыт оценки субъективной бедности через оценку объема денежных ресурсов, которые получает домашнее хозяйство, и через его материальное благополучие. И когда мы задаем эти два вопроса, мы получаем совершенно разный совершенно разный уровень субъективной оценки бедности. Поэтому здесь очень принципиально является правильность выбора критерия оценки бедности, и от этого выбора критерия зависит, восприятие населением своего субъективного положения и, соответственно, субъективная оценка бедности. Поэтому на данном этапе эта работа очень актуальна, и Республика Беларусь готова поучаствовать в работе этой группы. Спасибо.
Okay, thank you for that. Canada.
I want to pick up on your comment, Chair, on sort of the notion of, is it objective or subjective? And I want to kind of recast the question a little bit in saying, if we're going to have both these subjective and objective measures, what should be the focus of the work going forward? And so I think it's not an or proposition, but an and proposition. So when the subjective and the objective measures are pointed in the same direction, I think there is more work in terms of what is it that is the predictive analysis, for example, of one, or could we get more timely data, for example, from one or the other that then indicates and the other one kind of catches up. Where they don't align, and you've got them pointing in different directions, I think it kind of raises questions about what are some of the other dimensions that we need to look at and be specific about those dimensions in the contrast between the subjective and the objective measures. So my suggestion would be that the task force not go down that rabbit hole of one or the other, but look at what is the added value, and then focus the efforts on that intersection. So hopefully that's helpful, and we look forward to continuing to participate in that task force. Thanks.
Thanks, Anil. And I think that multidimensional nature it's reflected even in the objective measures. If you look at the Laken indicators, I think there are 17 indicators even on the objective side. So it just highlights the complexity of the measurement of poverty, even from an objective perspective, not to mention adding in the subjective dimension as well. The points well made. Etienne, Malta, you have the floor.
First of all, I wanted to congratulate you for this very useful paper. I wanted to share with you three basic concerns, actually. The first one was just mentioned now. Sometimes when subjective poverty and objective poverty, basically when trends behave differently, that can be very, very hard to explain to users. And obviously, so communication is an issue there. Secondly, is comparability between the countries. As we know, subjective poverty is influenced very, very much by external factors. And obviously, like, for example, what is even published in the media. And obviously, these factors differ very much between the countries. And I believe that those kinds of issues can reduce the comparability between the countries vis-a-vis, obviously, the indicators which produce. And lastly is the issue of consistency. Sometimes we see, for example, how people have perception of poverty on their household can differ between the household members. So we see this, for example, in EU Silk, when you analyze longitudinally. Sometimes if the respondent changes, the way the response on that particular household changes. So I believe that is another factor which we should study when we analyze consistency. Thank you.
Thanks, Etienne. And I think that certainly gives some additional kind of guidance to the task force and how they move forward. And I think that piece about communications is really important, that people understand what the indicators are telling them and what they're not telling them. I suppose that's the transparency piece, and that's the openness. Okay, I don't see any other flags. So I think we've had a really good conversation, and I think we have a clear path forward, Dominic, for the task force and for the work that needs to be taken forward. So the proposed decision is as follows. The conference endorses the outcomes of the in-depth review, supports the follow-up work on subjective poverty measures, and invites countries to consider joining the task force. Secondly, the conference requests the task force on subjective poverty measures to present its report for endorsement to the 2024 plenary session of the CES. Are we all okay with that? Okay. It's agreed and adopted. Thank you very much. Thank you, Dominic. So I invite Anil to come up to the podium, Anil. So thank you very much. So we're moving forward now to item 5 of the agenda and the relevant documents. So item 5 is the work of the high-level group for the modernization of official statistics, and we're referring to document 12 and document 12 addendum 1 to 3 inclusive. So I'll wait for Anil to join the top table. So the high-level group for the modernization of official statistics, or HLG-MOS, as it's often called for short, I think has been one of the most important groups in helping to drive and steer the modernization of official statistics during a really significant time of transition. I'm delighted to be welcoming Anil Arora, Chief Statistician of Canada, and also Anil is chair of HLG-MOS. So I think without further ado, I think I'm going to hand the floor to Anil, who is going to present to us on the work of the group. Anil, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair. I believe Jennifer and Stefan are online. So if there are tough questions, I know who to turn to. And I believe Taike is here too. So I have lots of support. So I know we have some slides, and in about 10 minutes, I'm just going to give you a quick summary, and then we can have a little bit of time for questions and answers. So on the first slide, good. As you know, outputs from the high-level group on the modernization of official statistics enable statistical organizations to not only actively engage through various collaborations and open discussion on the country's data ecosystems, but they also help us to respond to the demands for services, or greater services, from governments, researchers, and the community, while remaining within the constraints of our mandates and our priorities and our resources. And over the years, the HLG-MOS, who, as you all know, was chaired by my colleague and our current chair, Padraig, has developed frameworks, models, and innovative solutions that are now used across the whole statistical community. And I mean that worldwide, not just in our region. And the HLG-MOS ensures that the priorities are really community driven, that they're supported through a flexible, results-oriented, and a very agile approach. The return on investments of these HLG-MOS efforts have been really unbelievable, I would say, over this last decade. And that process just continues to accelerate. And I believe that you'll all agree, the ones that are so actively involved in this important work, that it remains more than ever a source of pride for the work of the CES. And so this past year, under exceptional situations, it wasn't any exception, in fact. It was the HLG-MOS that proved once again its important role as part of this statistical community's innovation ecosystem. And so I'll move on to the next slide. As I said, even through the pandemic, the HLG-MOS has been moving its modernization agenda forward and had a really high level of participation from many engaged participants. In fact, over 1,000 people from 100+ organizations participated in this ambitious work plan. And I would say it was a resounding success, again, despite these exceptional circumstances that we've been going through. I would say this is in large part because of the work of the executive board co-chairs, Jennifer Banham from Ireland and Stefan Dufour from Statistics Canada, my colleague. And absolutely, I would say, underpinned by Taike, Lydia, and the Secretariat, just absolutely essential in helping drive forward this ambitious work program. And the collaboration, the success, and value of this is evident in how well the program of activities that were undertaken were embraced by all of you. And that's evidenced through the use of many of these frameworks, as I said, standards and tools the world over. So I just want to say thanks again to the Secretariat for preparing yet again a very comprehensive report, which I hope you all had a chance to at least glance through that outlines and details, in fact, all the accomplishments for this continuously supporting and coordinating work of modernization. So before I provide you with a few highlights of the 2021 key accomplishments and the proposed, once again, ambitious agenda for 2022, I just want to stress as the as a privileged chair of this group that our modernization network will not only will continue rather to be vibrant as it is today and continue to deliver high quality results as we continue to invest our expertise and our resources in this. So it's absolutely tied to your commitment. The more you commit, the more you dedicate resources, I think the better and more relevant this work is. So I want to also thank you all, the organizations that contributed by actively participating in these events. I know it's tough to dedicate expertise when you need them domestically, but I think all of you saw the incredible achievements and the value back to each of you. So let me get on to the next slide here. So you all know the ongoing COVID pandemic has continued to pose a challenge. It impacted many of the organizations of in-person meetings. So despite this, there have been some very, very positive effects of a virtual way of working, because in fact, more participants were proficient at working together. We were able to bring all sorts of experts that wouldn't necessarily be able to travel or go in person. So that was perhaps a bit of a silver lining. And in total, modernization groups, task teams, steering committees, and projects had over 250 members from 100 organizations, meetings and workshops attended by, as I said, over 1,000 colleagues. And this number was comparable, I would say, to 2020, with a conscious decision to actually reduce one group and fewer expert meetings, workshops, and sprints. And the participation per activity, in fact, went much higher than it was before. 3 well-attended webinars were organized on the margins of the 2-day virtual workshop. So synthetic data, which was held on November the 17th, input privacy preserving techniques on November the 18th, and the machine learning group on November the 19th. And so this past year, the groups and the projects again produced high valuable output that can help all of us modernize the production of our statistics. And so some of the highlights include synthetic data guide, a practical guide to the use of synthetic data for us, input privacy preserving techniques such as private set intersection and private machine learning between multiple parties tested successfully. And you'll see the connections to some of the conversations that we had this morning on some of the values and principles. And we also will see them again in the course of our meetings as we talk about how do we actually get private sector data, and what are some of these techniques. So this work is directly moving the yardsticks and showing the how do we do what we want to do. All the geospatial view of the generic statistics business process model, so the GOS-BPM. So again, that's the subject of our conversation. An integrated view of the GS-BPM and the GSIM, the brand reputation management guidelines, the employer, manager, and employee toolkits for a blended or hybrid working model. Again, the subject of work, ethical considerations in the use of machine learning for research and statistics, journey for machine learning that's going from experimentation to production, the expert meeting on innovations in statistical data collection, dissemination, and communications of statistics and statistical data confidentiality. So as you can see, very relevant work and getting into some of the technical aspects of this work. And so I really do encourage you to refer to the 2021 HLG Moss report so you can inform yourselves of the details and so many more outputs, seminars, and activities that occurred in 2021. Next slide, please. So as for the work plan for 2022, again, we've had extensive consultations with experts, managers, chief statisticians, who've given us the input and in fact govern, along with Lydia and the Secretariat, the HLG Moss's work. They approved the work program for 2022, which includes 3 projects. The first one is phase 2 of the input privacy preserving techniques work. Second is data governance for interoperability framework, and Meta Academy for co-development of training for the modernization of official statistics. So it's about how do we build capacity and train future leaders. And after the great success of last year's ONS UNECE machine learning community, it was decided to continue to support this large community, expanding its activities to assist countries in implementing machine learning in official statistics. We have a number of other prioritized activities as well that have been assigned to the HLG MOS modernization groups for 2022. These include the Capability and Communications Working Group on the Future Work Toolkits, the Job of Future, reaching young statisticians, people, businesses, and data ethics, and further follow up on the Strategic Communications Framework. The Supporting Standards Group continue to work on the core ontology for official statistics, including the GSBPM tasks, overarching processes, capacity building as a result of earlier findings, a GSIM review. The Blue Skies Thinking Network, the Ideas Factory for Statistical Modernization is going to again continue the elaboration of several new topics such as metadata and data virtualization, digital twins, you must have all heard that work, and many, many more. And a new group called Applying Data Science and Modern Methods, which is just being set up now. The group will consider and make proposals on how to develop, implement, and promote to support and facilitate the implementation of data science and modern methods. These are initiatives that are going to be required for statistical modernization of business processes. So again, that proposal will be largely driven by the interests that you have as part of this HLG MOS community. So I want to once again thank all the organizations that contributed by actively participating in the HLG MOS activities in 2021, and of course shaping the agenda that you see relevant for 2022. So there's still time to, of course, participate in this. So if you are interested, please, the welcome mat is always there for you. And you can, of course, contact either me, the two co-chairs of the executive committee, or the secretariat. And of course, we want you to refer to the 2022 work program document so that you can better inform yourselves of the planned activities for this year. So I hope again that you'll support this work, and that you will make your experts available for this work, and that you'll tangibly actually make use of the outputs of this incredible organization. So with that, Chair, I turn it back to you.
Thank you very much, Anil. And I'm going to open it to the floor. It's hard to comment when you just reflect on how much is being done within this group. 1,000 people across 100 organizations, and it seemed to go from strength to strength even within the pandemic period, which is, I think it's a testament to everybody involved. So I think it's just worth pausing and reflecting and giving people a chance to just give their observations on their engagements and what else perhaps we can do. I mean, the program is set every year. It's open to the country members to input to the program, but I think this slide alone in front of us just highlights the sheer scale of the activities and the value of the activities. So I see I have Netherlands. Karina, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Thank you, Anil. I also like to speak on behalf of Bert Kruse, who is unfortunately not with us today. He's participating online and he sent you his best regards. Statistics Netherlands strongly support the work of the high-level group for the modernization of official statistics. As Anil and also Patrick has already underlined, it's really very impressive that so much progress have been made under difficult circumstances where physical meetings were hardly possible. The topics on the agenda are very relevant and cutting edge. Input privacy preserved techniques, synthetic data sets, network data, but also ethics management. We also very appreciate the machine learning community led by ONS. So we will keep participating in this group and the subgroups. Thanks to Anil, Jennifer, and Stefan for their leadership. Thank you.
Thank you, Karina, and if Bert is listening, Bert, I hope you're well, and we certainly miss you here. And Bert has certainly been very active on HLG Moss over a very long number of years. He was one of the key drivers for very many years, and he co-chaired with Stefan actually before Jennifer, so he had a huge involvement. So just thanks to Bert. Okay, Belarus, you have the floor.
Деятельность ГУ МОС и благодарит группу за поддержание и постоянное обновление модели с учетом развития современного развития общества. Внедрение 8 лет назад в Белстате GSBPM позволило за это время упорядочить статистическую деятельность, стандартизировать все процессы. Были разработаны методологические положения по отраслям статистики, глоссарий статистических терминов, распределена ответственность. В 2017 году мы внедрили систему оценки менеджмента качества и путем описания в этих документах процессов лидерства и поддержки кадры IT нам удалось имплементировать на национальном уровне модель ГАМСО. Белстат заинтересован в работе по обновлению GSIM, проводимой группой поддержки стандартов и ее увязки с GSBPM. Кроме того, в связи с активным использованием статистической практики данных из альтернативных источников, такая работа сейчас активно проводится в Белстате, совершенствуется статистическое законодательство, возрастает роль и необходимость обеспечения защиты конфиденциальности данных, поэтому мы на данном этапе заинтересованы в более подробном изучении темы машинного обучения и практики его применения. Спасибо большое за вашу работу. Мы также поддерживаем и привержены к той программе, о которой вы сегодня заявили, и заинтересованы в участии в мероприятиях проводимой группы. Спасибо.
Many thanks. And I see, do you want to come in now, Lydia, or we have New Zealand?
No.
After New Zealand. We may have some other flags to come up, and I just think, just on the last intervention, I think that piece about the models being useful, and I think the likes of GSBPM and GAMSO have been really important for a lot of NSIs in informing the structure of their quality management frameworks. So quality management frameworks that have built around GSBPM and GAMSO have been proven to be particularly useful, and also training programs built around GAMSO have been very good. And I think that piece around the machine learning is certainly something that we should all be thinking about. It's artificial intelligence, machine learning, as we move more and more into admin data, but also privately held data and big data. Machine learning is going to have a significant role to play, as are the input privacy preservation techniques. So it just highlights the importance of the work that's going on, and certainly be interested to hear what anybody has to say. So Mark, New Zealand, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Like others, New Zealand welcomes the report of the HLG MOS and congratulates you on your fine work for the past year and the work program for the forthcoming year. So ensuring that we as statistical agencies remain ahead of our changing context has never been more important in our view. And the HLG MOS is crucial in this regard. And when you look at the topics, particularly, as you were just saying, Podrick, machine learning, data governance, and giving our citizens confidence that we're looking after their admin data and sharing their admin data in appropriate ways are all crucial to our future as statistical agencies. So we're pleased to endorse the work program and look forward to another year of fruitful participation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mark, and certainly the contribution from New Zealand very much welcome. Australia.
Thank you, Chair. Australia would just like to thank the UNEC for this comprehensive report of the work of the high-level group for the modernisation of official statistics. We'd also like to thank everyone that's been involved for the achievements and good work that's been put into the projects and the working group. And we approve the 2021 report and the plans for 2022 and look forward to engaging in the new work programme. So thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other country flags? Okay, yeah, there is one more. Sorry. Colombia, sorry, Juan Daniel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We would like to congratulate the high-level group for the developments made so far and for the ambitious goals set for the work plan. And in particular, DANE, the Colombian National Statistics Office, welcomes the production of the practical guide to synthetic data for NSOs, which can be an element for NSOs to provide information in an open and transparent manner. And we will closely follow the theoretical methods presented in order to create data that can ensure comparability between different users in the academic and the private sector, and also for international organizations. Finally, Colombia values very much the discussions about the interaction between the SDMX and the DDI statistical standards inside the GSBPM model. And we believe that this is a great opportunity to broaden the scope of the use of the SDMX standard, not only for dissemination of statistical information, but also for statistical productions among national statistics offices. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Juan Daniel, for that. Okay, Lydia.
Thank you. Well, I cannot refrain from sharing one anecdote for information for the conference, but it's real. 2 weeks ago, imagine, we have a directors meeting at UNECE, and a particular topic was shared by our deputy executive secretary, because we are pushed also at the secretariat to modernize. And apparently he has heard about modernization, that work that we are doing. And the comment was, well, you have modernized the way statistical division is working. Can you now share the experience so that we modernize the other divisions, how they work? Would you please tell us how you did it? So I took a deep breath and say, well, actually, this is an intergovernmental work. We have a high-level group on the top. Then below we have an executive board. Then we have, how many? You can see about more than 10 task teams, more than 2 core teams, push talks, 4 intergovernmental expert meetings, how many sprints per year, how many workshops, etc., etc. And about more than 1,000 experts across the world participating. Everyone listening, saying, wow, is this a new program of UNECE? I said, no. We are doing this work in the context of the Conference of European Statisticians. But how do you manage? Everyone said. Well, I said, thanks to our member states, thanks to Anil, and thanks to Jennifer and Stefan, but also to the team that is behind all this. Take and his team, a very dedicated team. And we'll be talking about the new way of work we are doing from home and during the night. I never know when my people are working. Sometimes during nights, because we have to connect Canada, Europe, New Zealand. And not only, we have from Africa, from Asia, from everywhere. And this rule of 2 days in office and 3 days, it doesn't apply to them. But the result is visible. So I would like to thank everyone. And I think I managed to communicate the message at our management that actually this is not a new program of work, but it's just of the statistical program of work. Thank you.
Okay, so maybe before I summarize, Anil, do you want to react or say anything, or has it all been said?
Well, maybe I could just leave 3 messages. One, modernization is a verb. It's not an end state. So I think it's just important to recognize that it's a culture that we've built. There's an investment behind it, but it's a culture, and you can easily lose it. And so I think the value proposition is got to be strong. That's why people participate, because they see inherent value in it. It has to have a very strong relationship to the vision and the direction that we're going. So I think, remaining deeply connected to this, to you and what you see as work is absolutely crucial. 3 is, it really is a community. And The reason why you see it being so relevant and successful is because you see value in it, and you actually dedicate your experts and your resources. You help us define what is or isn't important. And we're really, really disciplined in this, and a lot of credit to Jennifer and Stefan. You know, our aim is not to take on you know, projects that don't have an ending. It's to take on concrete, very defined pieces of work. It's to deliver on it, and then create the opportunity to move on to the next. And where there's additional work, it's to pass it on to a country-led initiative, like in the case of machine learning in the UK. So we also look for countries to step up, to take it and make sure that that community and that expertise is further developed. So I just want to say thank you. Thank the Secretariat. Thank the two co-chairs of the Executive Board. Thank you. And the last word is that it's great to have Bert still now an ambassador. He knows exactly what went into putting this together, and he's going to now preach the gospel at the international level. So it's good to see that work just continue to expand in other organizations. So thank you, Chair. I appreciate the opportunity.
Okay, so thanks, Anil. I don't think I could summarize it any better than that, so I'm not going to try. But I do just want to congratulate you and all the team for all of the work, and all of the member states. I think we often use the term in Ireland, it's about evolution, not revolution. And I think the whole idea is about continuous development. We have to be continually modernizing, because the world we're trying to measure, the services we're trying to provide, they're evolving all of the time, and we need to evolve with them. And I think if we think about how successful the global statistical community has been during the COVID pandemic, and how agile national statistical institutes were, and the role that national statistical institutes played, I think that's primarily because of the innovation and the work that's been done over very many years in trying to modernize what we do and how we do it. And we've moved on from being organizations that just produce statistics and data, and we now produce knowledge, insight, and provide services. And I think that's been a really important evolution. It hasn't happened quickly, but it has happened over time. And I think HLG Moss has been central to enabling all of us to kind of move in a kind of a systematic way. So it's about the systematic implementation of common standards, which is always the hard thing, to try and ensure comparability and to try and keep an even track across all countries. So I think the work is tremendous, actually. So the proposed decision of the conference is the conference approves the annual report of the high-level group for the modernization of official statistics, HLG Moss, including the outcomes of the activities carried out in 2021 and plans for the rest of 2022, as set out in documents 12 and addendums 1 to 3. The conference supports the continuation of the work on modernization of official statistics, and the conference invites national and international statistical organizations to support the HLG Moss work program and to become partners in the statistical modernization community. I don't see any dissenting hands. Okay, so the decision is adopted. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Anil. Okay, so we're pretty much on time, which is good, and we're moving on to item 6 on the agenda, which is reports, guidelines, and recommendations prepared under the umbrella of the conference. We're going to discuss documents prepared under the conference by dedicated task forces. We're going to look at the work across 6 different task forces. So we're going to move on to item 6A, which is measuring the value of official statistics. It's document 3 and document 3 addendum 1. I invite, I think, the United Kingdom, Nikki, who the UK are the chair country of the task force, and Nikki is going to provide the report, and after that, Fiona, who's at the UNEC Secretariat to the task force, is going to present the outcomes of the electronic consultation. Nikki, you have the floor.
Thank you, Patrick. So firstly, I'd like to start by thanking all contributing countries, and especially a core group of members for their expertise and committed support. Reaching the conclusions set out in the report has taken remarkable effort and commitment during difficult times. A special thanks goes to Fiona for her knowledge, expertise and contribution, which has been invaluable to the group. This task force set out to test the utility of a proposed framework of indicators for measuring the value of official statistics, and to collect and develop case studies around those indicators. A review of the measures and the many case studies collected revealed a large proportion didn't show value as was intended. A key message from the task force is that many of the indicators reflect a production-based approach. If NSOs want to quantify how valuable official statistics are and what impact they are having, they need to adopt a consumer-based approach. Value must be user and customer driven. Much of the efforts of NSOs to assess the value of their own work has been centered on this production-based approach and assessing characteristics of products and services themselves. And whilst producer-based metrics are useful, indeed KPIs are used for internal management and operational purposes, they do not measure value from the perspective of the users. To develop meaningful measures, the task force suggests NSOs test the application of a DARE model, dependable, applicable, relationship, and ease of use. This offers customer-based approach that goes beyond the features of products and services, offering a value criteria that our customers apply. A measurement framework for measuring the value of official statistics must be flexible and responsive to the changing needs of users and customers, outward-looking and inclusive of subjective perspectives. The use of a results map should be used to help draw a direct link between the intended strategic outcomes of an organization to ensure only meaningful metrics are produced. This approach is a layered inside-out approach as opposed to an outside-in approach, so commonly undertaken when organizations all too often brainstorm KPIs from data commonly available and easily measured, and thereby missing the logical link between goal and the proposed indicators. There are recommendations for follow-up work in the report, and there has been strong support from countries who have expressed an interest to test these models. These will be covered by Fiona in the slides, and we need to think about how we ensure we build on this work and create a framework for value measures. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nikki. And measuring the value of official statistics is close to all our hearts. And it's great now that we have a paper and a proposal as to how we can move forward. So Fiona, you want to just go through the responses?
Yeah, thank you. Well, it's obvious that this was work that was chaired by the United Kingdom. So thank you very much to the UK for leading this work. Typically at this stage, I would list the countries that had been part of the task force. In fact, there were so many countries that participated in the task force that I can't really list them here. It's hard to say who didn't, in fact. But we received reviews of existing measures of value and value-related projects from 18 countries. And the report at present contains case studies from 15 countries. We actually received several more during the process of consultation when we sent it out to all of the countries. So just to explicitly thank those core countries that Nikki just made reference to. So those are Armenia, Australia, Canada, Hungary, Israel, Mauritius, Mexico, Poland, Slovenia, the United States of America, and also the Gulf Cooperation Council and an independent expert who's based in New Zealand. My slide says 42 countries. We actually received an additional one just recently. So now 43 countries and international organizations provided feedback to our electronic consultation. And you can find a summary of that feedback in the document 3 Addendum 1. All of the countries agreed to endorse the document subject to incorporation of the comments that we received. And I do really want to say thank you so much for the comments we received. There's a lot of really, really thoughtful comments that show that people have persevered and read it, even though it is really, really, really long. We are now, the task force is editing the work, taking into account all of that feedback. It is quite a task, so that is ongoing at the moment. Next slide, please, Stella. So I want to just highlight the areas of future work that were mentioned in that document and that have all been strongly supported during the consultation. The first of these is to continue gathering national examples. And in particular, several people mentioned to us in the feedback that some of the examples we have at the moment are not necessarily in great alignment with the core argument of the work about consumer-centered value. So we hope to include more case studies, and several people have offered them, but we will continue to be open for further case studies on highlighting value from a customer perspective. The second really important area of future work is to transform this work into an online tool. We were extremely keen from the outset of this work not to make a printed publication, because it is the kind of thing that will just be out of date before it even gets anywhere near a print shop. So we intend to make this into a sort of online living clickable tool. And that will also deal with the fact that it is very long, because it is a sort of multi-layered thing where certain aspects of it are intended for technical experts, where you can copy the techniques and methods used, and others are much more high level. So it's not intended that everyone would read the whole thing. The third area of future work is continuing international collaboration. And that is, I think that's crucially important. We don't want this to stop right now. And this needs to be country-led, because I think here in the Secretariat, we have now completed several years of work convening countries, and it's very clear there's a lot of enthusiasm. So we do hope that some or one or more countries will volunteer to keep this work alive. In particular, we hope that there will be efforts to actually test some of the suggestions that are made in the work, such as this generic results map, and actually applying the results map to your own country's situation. And then, of course, we hope that all the results of this work will be shared and communicated, because if that doesn't happen, then there wasn't a lot of point in us doing it in the first place. So the proposed decision on the basis of this consultation is that the conference endorses the document measuring the value of official statistics, testing and developing a measurement framework, supports the proposals for further work, and invites countries to consider supporting the preparation of the online tool. Thank you.
Okay, so many thanks to Nikki and to Fiona. And I think we're all very conscious of the importance of being able to articulate the value of official statistics. So anybody want to make any comment at this stage, or can we just adopt the proposed decision? No, I think we're good to go. So I think the decision is adopted. Thank you very much, Nikki, and for all your work, and thank you very much as well, Fiona. Thank you. Okay, so we move on to, so we've got six of these, so a lot of work. This is the part of the agenda I was kind of thought I'm going to get confused here and jump to the wrong item. So we're on to item 6B now, and this is the document. We should be referring to document 4 and document 4 addendum 1. And this is the guidance on statistics on children, spotlight on children exposed to violence in alternative care and with a disability. And it's going to, the document is presented to the conference for endorsement. So at this stage, yet again, I'm going to turn to this poor man. I hope he's had a drink before he starts. But Anil, I'm going to ask you to present the guidance notes. Canada, Statistics Canada, we're the chair country of the task force. So thank you very much for that. And after Anil, I'm going to turn to Andres, who's going to briefly present the outcome of the electronic consultation. So Anil, you have the floor.
This task force was established last October with preparing guidance to improve statistics on children and youth, focusing in on 3 themes specifically: children exposed to violence, in alternative care, and with disabilities. And we're really happy to endorse, obviously, the guidelines. This endorsement follows a consultation that received input from 33 countries and 1 international organization, with 30 countries explicitly endorsing the final guidance. So just a little bit on the work of the task force. We chaired this work with a highly engaged committee of 30 representatives from 6 different countries: Canada, United States, Ireland, Sweden, the United Kingdom, and Italy, and the participation of Eurostat, OECD, UNICEF, and support from the UNECE. In the 2-year mandate, working groups met on a regular basis and developed, implemented, and analyzed a country survey, with each working group leading analyses, reporting of results, and recommendations. And the expertise of the working group allowed for a broad description of the international context of child and youth data for each of those themes, as well as specific chapters on ethical related issues, obviously very important for this group. All members reviewed and provided input to the final guidance and its recommendations. So let me just give you some of the key findings. Firstly, the work to produce internationally comparable standards and statistics on children and youth, I think is more at the beginning than towards the end. So it's even fair to say it in itself is in its infancy. There are minimal agreed upon indicators, methods, and definitions, so a lot more work to do. Second is that definitions and classifications really do pose a challenge when it comes to this group. There is great inconsistency in the most fundamental concepts, such as children and youth, in terms of, what are these, with disagreements even about the age groups that should be included in each. The third, the Sustainable Development Goals offer a useful framework. Again, harmonization would be facilitated by the promotion of internationally established tools and recommendations, but unfortunately, the most vulnerable, such as children in institutional care, are in fact missing from the Sustainable Development Goals, and data and information on these most vulnerable groups has to remain a priority. Next, that more work needs to be done on data disaggregation, including standards and recommendations for data collection. And lastly, that coordination at both the national and international level is needed. Statistics on children and youth are decentralized. NSOs face challenges when it comes to reporting on child statistics in their own countries, because much of this information sits in many different ministries and agencies, and the information is really difficult to access in many cases. On the international front, there's a need for coordination to avoid duplicate reporting with inconsistent definitions to promote, to share best practices. So the recommendations, Chair, are that the NSOs can play a leading role in coordinating data efforts at the national and at the international levels. And again, some ways that this document goes into to do this include creating national indicator plans for consistent, regular, and timely reporting, serving as a focal point for national data on children that cover NSOs as well as other national data, and to provide best practices for data collection and reporting. Secondly, the promotion of the collection and reporting on the indicators of the Sustainable Development Goals. This is again a good starting point to encourage international consistent definitions, methods, and reporting of data, and additional efforts should continue to focus on the data disaggregation and the most vulnerable, often missed by survey collections. Thirdly, better alignment is needed between the data and the reporting of international organizations. So structured collaboration in the areas of child and youth statistics should exist between the or entities such as UNICEF, the OECD, and Eurostat, international organizations that are playing leadership roles in the collection and reporting of child statistics, and regular exchanges to avoid duplication and sharing of best practices need to be facilitated. And so lastly, we would like input for next steps and the continuity of this important work, Chair. So back to
you. Thank you, Anil. Andres?
Yes, thank you. So first, indeed, I wish to thank Canada for the successful leadership that they provided, and also to all the countries and organizations who contributed. You notice that this product focuses on 3 areas: children exposed to violence, in alternative care, and with disability, and each of these require rather specific expertise, and the sharing therefore was a bit more challenging than usual to bring it all together and ensure that the expertise is represented in the subgroups of the task force. So indeed, there were 33 countries who explicitly endorsed this guidance in the electronic consultation, no country opposed. And in the slide, we have selected a few quotes of praise, such as that it is a useful and good source, that its publication must be welcomed and the document must be widely disseminated, and that the guidance provides valuable recommendations for improving the quality of statistics on children. So all the many detailed comments that came with the consultation, we are really thankful for that. They have been summarized in document number 4, addendum 1, and the task force was also able to implement everything that is described in that addendum, implement everything in the actual guidance, so that the clean revised version of the guidance is also available to you on the website of the plenary session. And the guidance identified many areas where further work is needed. Methodological work around harmonized statistical definitions and classifications, and data sources for key indicators, use of and quality assessment of administrative data for statistics on children, inclusion of children in institutional care in data collection, and implementation of existing and forthcoming tools and instruments. So the guidance also proposes further exchange of national experiences and best practices and structured collaboration among international organizations producing statistics on children. So this further work section of the guidance actually includes quite a lot of detailed issues, and this list that I just mentioned is just a high-level summary of that. So it would be expected that the Bureau, the CES Bureau, would hold a discussion on this and advise on priorities of which areas we should be focusing in the future. And regarding then the proposed decision, the conference endorses the guidance on statistics on children, spotlight on children exposed to violence in alternative care and with a disability, supports the proposals for further work, and asks the CES Bureau to advise on priorities for further work. Thank you for your attention.
So thank you very much, Anil and Andres. Are there any comments from the floor before we hopefully endorse the decision? No, I think this is an important block of work, because this is guidance that's really needed, and I think we've seen that from some of the comments. And I think those of us who've been involved in collection of data realize that there's a very different challenge presented when you're collecting data from children as distinct from adults. And I think Anil mentioned the data ethics piece in particular, and that can be quite a challenging piece. And also there can be legislative challenges where you have perhaps national legislation. In Ireland, we have a children's first legislation, and how that sits with the statistical legislation. So it's a different challenge, but it's important to collect this type of data because it's a key area for policymakers and for decision makers. And I think it's an important area for us to inform the public. So I've seen no flags, I see no interventions. So I think we're just going to say that the conference endorses the decision. Okay, thank you very much indeed. So now we move on to item 6C. And 6C is the handbook on forms of employment. And again, this is presented to the conference for endorsement. And the reason I'm laughing to myself is I'm repeating myself, because I again have to turn to Anil, who as Canada chaired the task force, to introduce the handbook and the outcome of the electronic consultation. So Anil, you have the floor yet again.
I just want to be on the record in saying that I did not ask for this. Colleagues, as some of you may recall, in the 2021 in-depth review on the forms of employment, showed that, in fact, measuring new forms of employment is critical to the mandate of statistical agencies to support decision makers. And I think you'll all agree that this has been particularly important given some of the fundamental labor market changes that we have seen and continue to see today. We're pleased to have worked alongside 24 countries as part of the task force on the forms of employment, and to have helped develop a framework that brings greater clarity and consensus on concepts and definitions related to this critical statistical area. The task force produced the handbook on forms of employment, which provides an overarching framework for measuring forms of employment, shares key concepts and definitions, and in fact reconciles existing international standards and recommendations. The handbook will be accompanied by additional communications material, including a web page and short accessible summaries of the dimensions of this framework. This will help, I think, both members and other stakeholders understand and implement the core concepts of the handbook. So I want to thank all the task force members for their contributions, as well as the 49 members who provided feedback as part of the consultations on this important handbook. The response we received was very positive, with all 49 members in favor of endorsement. Some of the members, such as Germany, indicated that the handbook will help them systematically categorize and analyze various forms of employment. In Canada, too, the handbook is helping us orient data collection efforts over the next few years. We're committed to continue to take a leading role in this area, and we look forward to working with international colleagues on the future of this work. In particular, we should continue to share our expertise and our experiences and best practices in relation to measurement and data collection. We should also seek to ensure that the handbook remains relevant in the face of constant labor market changes, and that we integrate conceptual and methodological innovations in measuring forms of employment. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Anil. So I'm going to open it to the floor. Again, I think this is forms of employment. I think we've all seen huge changes in the labor market over the last number of years, with the emergence of things like the gig economy and gig workers and 0 hours contracts. And I fear, or I don't fear, I think post-pandemic, we are also going to see significant changes in the labor market, and ensuring that our statistics reflect the lived reality of workers on the ground. I think that's really, really important. And I know I see Pedro up there. I know the ILO have been doing an awful lot of work on this as well. So I think Colombia, Juan Daniel has the floor.
We would like to congratulate about the outcomes of the handbook, because we believe that the handbook provides general principles and guidances that can help national statistics officers and researchers classify and measure diverse forms of employment that are relevant to their national context. Since the handbook focuses on concepts and statistical definitions, we value very much that further work on forms of employment should consider the development of practical guidances on data collection and measurement challenges. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Juan Daniel. Rafael, ILO, you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you. We welcome, of course, this handbook, and has been really a pleasure to contribute to it. I would like to also to highlight the fact that it's excellently integrated into the latest resolutions that focus on the new forms of work, particularly the 20th ICLS and the previous one, and is particularly very excellently aligned with the latest ICSE 18, International Classification of Status of Employment, that has been approved in 2018. So we are committed to continue to contribute to this and to ensure and support member states to meet the need of both policymakers and statisticians to accomplish this. So happy to have joined this joint forces. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rafael. I think we have a comment from Zoom. Gosha, who's reading
it? Yes, we have a comment from Japan. Japan, can you hear me? I cannot, because I have to read. That's incompatible technology. Japan appreciates the efforts of the task force and endorses the overall handbook. However, they mentioned that it will be useful for a wide range of issues, including a framework for classifying and understanding forms of employment, as well as definitions of work relations and working styles. However, the comments on the situation on teleworkers in Japan that was submitted in the consultation process such as the correction to the percentage of teleworkers, have not been reflected. So they would very much appreciate if these comments could be incorporated in the final version of the guidelines.
I see Neil nodding in agreement. Yep. Okay, perfect. Any other comments?
Can I ask the Secretariat, Carsten Bossen, who is sitting there, to ensure that Japan comment is included before it's submitted for print? Okay, thank you.
Can't get away with anything, Karsten. She misses nothing. Okay. Okay, so I see no further flags. So the proposed decision, have I missed anybody? No? The proposed decision is as follows. The conference endorses the handbook on forms of employment as set out in document 5, subject to the amendments presented in the summary of the results of the e-consultation on the handbook, document 5, addendum 1, and the comments from Japan. The conference encourages countries to implement the handbook, supports the directions of future work identified in the handbook, and asks the CES Bureau to consider the proposals for future work on forms of employment. I think we're okay. Very good. Conference endorses the decision. Thank you very much. Now we move on to 6D. I'm trying to keep track. So 6D is the report on use of new data sources for measuring migration and cross-border mobility. So this is the last of the documents proposed for endorsement of the conference. And the documents we're referring to here are document 6 and document 6 addendum 1. So I invite Italy, Giancarlo, president of ISTAT, and Italy also chaired the task force to introduce the report. And after that, I'll ask Andreas from the Secretariat to present the outcome of the electronic consultation. Giancarlo, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. As Italy, I'm very pleased to present the work of the task force of the use of new data sources for measuring international migration and cross-border mobility to the Conference of European Statisticians. The report provides a comprehensive overview of the state of art on the use of new data sources to produce migration statistics. An informal survey carried out by the task force among national statistical offices showed that only few countries are using new data sources for official statistics on migration and cross-border mobility. Despite the limited experiences in the NSOs, the new data sources have a huge potential, especially when timely information is crucial and when traditional data sources can't provide the necessary information, for example, natural events, pandemic, and wars. In addition, new data sources can be used in combination with the traditional ones, allowing to further improve the quality of migration statistics. The survey also recognizes that the main reason limiting the use of big data are legal constraints and individual privacy concerns. As in other statistical fields, ethical and privacy issues are crucial when talking of the use of new data sources and have to be debated at international level in order to develop shared methodologies to maintain statistical confidentiality. It's important not to consider big data as an alternative to traditional data sources. At present, many NSOs prefer focusing on the use of administrative data and the integration of data from different sources, probably because of the difficulties in accessing big data. The task force underlined that a new data source for one country is sometimes a traditional source for another. I think we have to change our perspective and overcome the dichotomy new and traditional. The task force has also implemented a database of innovation in migration statistics that includes research conducted outside NSOs with articles and papers dealing with big data for migration statistics, including international migration, human mobility, internal migration, and so on. Even if the research institutes and universities have been different missions, the scientific contribution of the academic world is important to help the NSO finding solutions to methodology and confidentiality issues. Moreover, the dialogue among researchers across institutions is essential for the renewal of official data production. I hope that this database can empower the collaboration between the two communities about new data sources. The database is intended to be flexible so that new information could be added as experiences grow. Yet, database could be an important resource and a reference tool only if regularly updated. For this reason, I recommended the task force and the UNICE to monitor the updating process and disseminate the report to different audiences in different countries in order to collect more examples and experiences on the use of new data sources for migration statistics. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Giancarlo, and many thanks to Stat for leading the work on this important area. Actually, measuring migration is a challenge we've been all faced with for a long period of time. I'm going to ask Andres to summarize the outcome of the electronic consultation. Andres.
Thank you. And thanks for this work go indeed to Italy, who chaired the task force, and the countries who participated: Canada, Georgia, Mexico, New Zealand, Turkey, United Kingdom, United States, in addition also international organizations, Eurostat, OECD, UNSD, and UNECE. So a broad geographical representation involved. As a result of the electronic consultation, replies were received from 48 countries and 2 international organizations. The feedback is summarized in document number 6, addendum 1, and all countries and international organizations agreed to endorse the document, subject to the incorporation of comments received. Many countries underlined the usefulness of the document, praised the work of the task force, and we have picked some of the quotes presented in the slide to illustrate that. The task force also managed to discuss all comments received through the consultation and has edited the document. So again, the clean revised version is available on the plenary sessions webpage for you. The future work in this field includes the finalization and further implementation of the database on innovations in migration statistics, in short, DIMIS, and this is along these lines also that the decisions are proposed. First, the conference endorses the report use of new data sources for measuring international migration, and the conference welcomes the creation of the database on innovations in migration statistics, DIMIS, and requests the Secretariat to develop procedures for including in the database new materials when they become available. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you, Andres. So I'm going to open the floor for a comment. Anybody want to comment on this particular issue? No, okay. Again, I think this is a really important issue for all of us. And I think it just reflects in a way what we face in very many statistical domains, is that our ability to meet the ever-growing demand for data is going to require us to access all available data sources that we can. But I think the whole issue about access to privately held data is something we have to tackle, and we're going to be discussing it on Wednesday. But of course, the big issue is about sustainable access to privately held data, because obviously, as official statisticians, the provision of time series of data and on sustainable data sources is really important for us. So I think this whole issue of access to private data is certainly relevant and important in the context of migration statistics, but it's also relevant in a much broader range of areas as well. And I think it's really important, Giancarlo, that you've highlighted that, and I think that's very much welcome. So unless I see any flags, I'm not going to reread the decision that's there. I'm just going to say that the conference has adopted it. Okay, conference has adopted it. Thank you very much indeed. Okay, so that was the last of the documents that we have presented here for endorsement by the conference. And it can actually seem quite process-driven, just going through the process here, just adopting it. But I think it's an important step in formalizing all of the work that has taken place that leads up to today. So today is just the kind of the culmination of an awful lot of discussion and work that has been undertaken by an awful lot of countries. And I think we've heard that throughout the day. And I think when we look at the topics that are being covered, they're incredibly relevant to the challenges that we're all facing in the world of official statistics. So I think while it might feel a bit hard to sit here and listen to all of it all the time, I actually think it's really, really important because it actually plays an important role in helping us all when we go back to our own countries. It helps us, it guides us, I suppose, in the steps that we need to take. Okay, so now we're going on to the first of the remaining two documents. So we're on to item 6E now. And this document is measuring the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on women and men. And we're looking at document 7. And I am going to turn to Andres, who from the UNEC Secretariat, who's going to present the guidance. So Andres, you have the floor.
Thank you. This is to present for your information the guidance on measuring the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on women and men. When the pandemic broke out and the confinement measures started, it was 2 years and 3 months ago. We all heard and read a lot about how this might impact women and men differently. And then the steering group on gender statistics understood that it is not just a matter for the short term. The social and economic impacts are likely to persist beyond the duration of the pandemic itself, and relevant statistics are required to monitor the ongoing and long-term impact. So a guidance document that consolidates the experience of many statistical offices therefore maintains its relevance for years to come. Thanks are due again to Statistics Canada for leading the work, as well as to the entire team of experts from 10 countries and 4 international organizations. The 4 focus topics in this guidance were identified through a country questionnaire and the ensuing discussion at the expert meeting on gender statistics. So the 4 domains that were selected were paid and unpaid work, health, including general health, mental health, and sexual and reproductive health, violence against women, and the digital gender divide, which, although known before, really emerged to prominence in the pandemic. The guidance proposes indicators and survey questions and discusses key methodological considerations for data collection. Specialized surveys on violence are difficult and were particularly difficult to run during the pandemic-related restrictions when the possible perpetrator is almost always present. So administrative sources would allow a much quicker reaction there, and therefore in the area of violence against women, a rather extensive part is devoted to the information that can be collected from service providers and other administrative sources. The part on work and unpaid work is aligned closely with the guidance on labor force surveys provided by the International Labor Organization, and relevant Eurostat surveys are considered in terms of existing batteries of questions or answer categories. It is expected that countries expand their surveys with the proposed survey questions and use the indicators proposed in the guidance. The proposed indicators would enable a realistic assessment of the constraints in achieving the 5th Sustainable Development Goal for gender equality and the empowerment of women. So in October last year, the CES Bureau approved the guidance and invited countries to review and test proposed indicators and survey questions and incorporate them into regular statistical data collection. So I am presenting it here, the guidance, so that you are fully aware of its potential and can continue using it in the future. The guidance is available in the English and Russian languages. And the proposed decision for the conference is that the conference welcomes the guidance and invites countries to use the proposed indicators and survey questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Andres, and thanks to Canada for leading this work and the members of the task force. Again, it's always a team effort, it's a group of people. I think this is a really timely piece of work as well, and I suppose many of us have had experience of being asked these questions by our policymakers nationally. So COVID, the COVID statistics we had to compile went way beyond the kind of vital statistics that we would have thought. It has just had a differential impact on different groups of our societies, and definitely differential impacts on by gender. So have I any comments or any observations from the floor? So it is an information item. No? Okay, we're good. And we're going to say the decision is adopted by the conference. Thank you very much. Okay, so now we are on to the item 6F. And this is the last document to be considered under agenda item 6. And it's focusing on the updated classification of statistical activities, the CSA, and we're referring to document 8 and a document 8 addendum 1, just for your reference. So it gives me great pleasure to invite Graciela Marquez, the president of INEGI Mexico. Graciela, I think this is your first plenary, so you're very welcome indeed. And it's great to see you face to face instead of virtually. So you're very welcome. And I'm going to Mexico, we're the chair country of the task force. So Graciela is going to inform us about the work, and then Tina is going to summarize the outcome of the electronic consultation. Graciela, you have the floor and you're very welcome.
And thank you for your welcoming words. The classification of statistical activities aims to be an analytical classification to better organize our statistical outputs and activities, and as a common reference for all the statistical community to facilitate the standardization on how the official statistics are presented to users. The task team on updating the CSA completed the 2.0 version with the participation of Canada, Ireland, New Zealand, Eurostat, UNSD, UNECE, and Mexico. Last February, the Bureau sent the resulting document for electronic consultation. The CES member countries and international organizations provided valuable comments on the proposal and pointed out its achievements. Nevertheless, some opinions needed to be considered and properly addressed to ensure the general endorsement. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Graciela. Tina.
Yes, thank you. So to follow up from what Graciela already said, this classification, the second version, the second edition, was sent for consultation, and because it was proposed that it would become a global consultation, so it was consulted actually in parallel through UNECE with the countries and organizations who participate in the work of CES, but at the same time also through UNSD with all other countries. So from those both consultations altogether, we received 83 replies. And the feedback is summarized in this paper 8 addendum 1. What was interesting for us to learn from the consultation, that actually 46 countries said that they either are already using the previous version of the classification or they plan to use now the new one. And we also know from the work that 14 international organizations are using it. We did not expect that its use is so wide. So this makes it even more important to have a really commonly agreed version, and it shows how much use such a classification is. Countries are using it, for example, as a basis for their statistical programs or other statistical planning instruments, and also as a tool for coordinating the national statistical system to identify who in the system is producing which statistics. It is used also for organizing statistical reference materials, for example, like statistical standards, papers and output of research or classifications or documents. And it is used also in dissemination, including through the websites. So the next slide. majority of countries who replied to the consultation agreed to endorse the classification. However, there were also some countries who raised some concerns. These concerns were mostly general type in this sense that it is an analytical classification and this mutual exclusiveness conditions is not fulfilled there. This was difficult to understand for some countries. Then there were some questions about links with other statistical classifications and models, like, for example, this GSBPM and GAMSO and the economic classifications, and also about the uses of the classification. When the task team worked on that, these issues were very thoroughly really debated and thought through, and then the task force came to a conclusion or somehow a common understanding, which is now reflected in the classification. But it seems that this also needs to be explained better in some kind of introduction or some kind of accompanying material to the classification. So although there was general support, the conference strives for reaching a consensus on all these materials that are submitted for endorsement. And therefore, the task team found that we still have to work a bit further and address the comments that came, so that we could come to something that is universally accepted. As there was a proposal for it to become a global classification, we asked already also about this in the consultation, and there was general support to making it a global. But it was mentioned also that for this reason, it would be good to involve countries also from other regions in preparing the final version, which will be then submitted for adoption. It should go first to the expert group on classifications, and then through this expert group to the UN Statistical Commission. So the task force is now proposing that they will continue the work to take into account the comments from the consultation and then submit the classification first to the committee of experts and then to the UN Statistical Commission to become a global classification. With this, the custodianship would be transferred to UNSD, and to come to that, then we would work together with the UNSD also and UNEC to provide together the secretariat for this work. And I would like to thank also all the countries and the organizations who worked on developing this version of the classification that Graciela already mentioned. It took quite a lot of discussion and was not easy, but the version that task team came up with, finally they all kind of stand behind that. But there were a lot of small comments from the consultation which will be very useful to take into account, and will make the classification better. So the proposed decision here is that the conference takes note of the feedback received through electronic consultation, and then requests the task team to continue work towards an internationally agreed global classification as outlined in section 5 of the document 8 addendum 1. And using this opportunity that I have a word here, I would also like to thank in general all countries who replied to all these consultations on those materials. We are always amazed what kind of good and constructive comments we get through this, and through these large consultations, then we ensure that also the final materials that are endorsed, that they are really something that everybody agrees on, and everybody's points are taken into account, and that they can be also that then something that you feel that you own this, and it's your product and you can use it in your work. Thank you.
Okay, many thanks, Graciela and Tina, and also thanks to all of those involved in the work. Any comments from the floor on this issue? No, I think I think Lydia would like to say a word.
Thank you. Well, I think we need some clarification here. This is a classification of statistical activities that was developed nearly 20 years ago here at UNECE. And the purpose of the classification was to have a frame, sort of a classification where Eurostat and OECD and other international organizations active in the region, we present our work so that we make sure we avoid duplication, etc. And one of the authors actually who pushed for this is sitting there at the back, a former colleague, not to say the former director of this division. So Heinrich, you can see that we're still talking classification of statistical activities. However, over the years, what happened is that this classification became more and more global, and Tina mentioned, and especially used by international organizations, but also our colleague Stefan Schweinfels is here, also implemented this classification. You can see it on the UNSD website for presenting international statistical activities. And like any classification, many of you are career statisticians and you're in the statistical, the most difficult thing is to develop and agree upon a classification. That's at least my experience. So there has been this tedious long work, and thanks to Mexico, but also here Tina suffering. I haven't seen her crying, but almost. So we, because classification had to be updated, because as you can imagine, 20 years ago, no one was talking about climate change related statistics, just to give you one example. But as this classification is so popular across the world, we asked our colleagues, UNSD, would you please take it and take care of it and make it global at the Statistical Commission, but also manage it. And Stefan graciously agreed, so that it becomes global and will ensure smooth transition from regionally developed classification to become. And this is yet another example, because you as member states, often you talk at the Statistical Commission about strengthening the collaboration between regions and globally. And we recently, in recent years, have had a few examples of doing this, where guidelines, recommendations being endorsed at regional level by some adjustment later on become global. And here is yet another example that will transfer from here to Stefan Schweinfels. Thank you.
Okay, Lydia, I don't know if anybody wants to respond. No, I think it's an important piece of work. We do love classifications, and and the other point, of course, is that our activities are evolving. So of course the classification needs to evolve with the activities that we're undertaking. So that's important that it's reflected there. So I think it's a really timely and important block of work, and it'll have to be updated again. So poor Tina. Not next year.
Then it will be you and
Sorry, Stefan. Sorry, Stefan. You get the head down there. Poor Stefan is going to have to deal with this, but it is an important piece of work. So the decision is there. I'd probably just read it again. The conference takes note of the feedback received through electronic consultation, and the conference requests the task team to continue work towards an internationally agreed global classification as outlined in section 5 of the document 8 addendum 1. I think we're agreed. It's endorsed by the conference. Thank you very much. Oh, I can breathe now. So that's the end. Could you not hear me? No. Just heard the sigh. Oh yeah.
Your body language.
My body language, yeah. And I should speak slowly. Please actually shout at me if I'm speaking too quickly, because Lydia is constantly kicking me under the table. Slow down, slow down, slow down. So yeah, well, you can sit here, Tobias, and my shins will be sore tonight. Okay, so anyway, look at item 7, which is the program of work of the UNECE statistics sub-program. And under this next item, the conference is invited to consider a number of documents related to the UNECE statistical program. And Tina is going to present the document and proposed text of decision. So Tina, you have the floor.
Thank you, Pedro. So this is now about UNEC statistical program of work. It's not maybe the most exciting agenda item today, but actually it's immensely important, and maybe even the most important, because this gives a mandate for us to continue the work. This gives finally will be important for securing the UN budget, so that we all can work here and service the conference and service all these expert groups and expert meetings and everything that we are doing. So here there are a number of documents, and first there are some documents which are for adoption. This is the document number 14, which is the implementation of the statistical program for the last year. Then document 15, which is the statistical program for this year. This is the so-called kind of public relations document, or what we have, where we are trying to explain what and why we are actually doing. Because then the next document, number 16, this is this official formal program of work which goes into the UN formal documentation, which is finally then submitted to the 5th committee, and with this is approved the work program and the whole budget for the UN and UNECE. In document 16, addendum 1, there is a list of meetings to be held from July this year until the December next year. And then we also have a document Inf1, which is the outline of key components of the program of work of statistics sub-program for 2024. So this is based on the program of 2023, which has already been submitted, but there have been some suggestions also for changes, and these suggestions are visible with track changes in the document, and here we are asking you to approve this. Then we have also two documents which are for information. One is this matters arising, which shows the link between our work and the UN Statistical Commission. So it shows how the UN Statistical Commission decisions are implemented in our work. And the final document is number 13, which is annual report by a regional UN coordination group on data and statistics for Europe and Central Asia. This is a group that consists of the regional offices of UN agencies active in the UNEC region and covers work undertaken in the so-called 17 program countries. That means Eastern Europe, Caucasus, and Central Asia and Southeast Europe. And at the end of the decisions, because we will now project 3 slides with the decisions, there at the end we have some text which we need for getting mandates for our documents and mandates for interpretation and translation of documents for the meetings. So the proposed decisions are coming now on 3 slides. First of all, the conference confirms the decisions of the CES Bureau as reflected in their meeting reports and approves the report on the implementation of the 2021 UNEC statistical program. So this was the document number 14, and it has as addenda the reports of all expert meetings and the Bureau meetings that have been held since the last plenary session. Then the conference is asked to adopt the UNEC statistical program for 2022, adopt the program of work for 2023, including the list of planned publications and meetings, and recommend it to the UNEC Executive Committee for approval. And the conference endorses the outline of key components of the program of work of statistics sub-program for 2024, including the amendment recommended by the Bureau. So this is the one which is visible with track changes in the document. Then the conference welcomes the annual report by the Regional Coordination Group on Data and Statistics for Europe and Central Asia and requests the group to continue reporting annually on its work. The conference requests the CES teams of specialists to regularly report to the conference, in particular when they have completed an important part of work and present summaries of electronic consultations of their final outputs. This is to be able to submit as official documents those recommendations, guidelines developed by the groups, and also the summaries of electronic consultations, because we need a mandate for each single document. And then finally, the conference emphasizes the importance of translating into English, French, and Russian the main documents for the CES plenary session and the meetings of its groups of experts. The main documents include a provisional agenda, a report, and one main document for each agenda sub-item. For the CES plenary session, the main documents include, in addition, 6 documents for each subsession. The conference emphasizes the importance of providing interpretation in English, French, and Russian for the CES plenary session and the meetings of the groups of experts, and of recording meetings listed in the meeting calendar. And finally, the dates of the next CES plenary session. It is planned to take place during the week of 26 to 30 June 2023, back to back with the OECD Committee on Statistics and Statistical Policy. Thank you.
So thank you, Tina. We already know where we're going to be in 12 months' time, so we can put it into our calendars. So we have the proposed decision. Anybody, any comments? Okay, decision is adopted. It's 4:30, Lydia. Okay, so we're nearly at the end. Well, we are at the end of the day, but before I formally close it, I know Tina wants to say a few words before we close out. So Tina, have you any announcements?
So I have this very pleasant announcement that now there will be the reception in this Serpent Bar, or actually next to the Serpent Bar. But before we go to the reception, we plan to take a group photo. Yeah. And the group photo will be near the Serpent Bar. When you go in from this lakeside, there are stairs. So the weather is very nice and we can take the picture outside on the stairs. How to get there? On this map that you have, there is a way indicated with these green arrows, which goes then finally through this E building. But I would suggest that maybe actually even a better way to go there is to go from the front, the way that you went for lunch to this cafeteria, but instead of turning to cafeteria to continue, then towards where you see on the map, there is this big arrow which says Bar Serpent. So from there are the stairs where we are going to take the photo, and then we go in, and then we are at the reception place.
Okay,
I think we can organize a group. We can organize a group with an umbrella.
I think we can go all together. So that nobody gets lost.
May I ask Caroline and Franz, who is at the back? Caroline, can you stand up, please? Caroline, Franz. You see, Caroline, these are our precious, like everywhere, the program assistants are precious. And Caroline and Franz, we can give you something to, everyone should follow you so that you take us to the stairs where, you know, where the photo will be taken. Great.
Yeah.
So we follow them because you'll be our leaders. Thank you, Caroline. Thank you, Franz.
And one more thing. At the back on the table, there are those stickers with, you have some also on here on the tables, the green ones with this 30 years anniversary of fundamental principles. These are actually stickers. Those, please take them and you can use them anywhere. You can put on your clothes or whatever you would like.
Okay, before we go, everybody, we're back tomorrow morning at 10:30. So we will start at 10:30. Thank you very much for your engagement today. Thanks to all the speakers. Thanks to all the country